Uh oh. Uh-oh. I'm looking at my clock and looking at the rollie. It's about that time. My favorite time of year. That's right. It's Royal Rumble week. Ladies and gentlemen, this is when you can forget about all of the terribleness in the world. Well, not really, but you can, for at least a moment, right? Pretend like everything's just the way it was when you were 5 years old, and state and federal, they were all separate things. And Republicans believed in not allowing the federal system to interfere with the states. That was a great time, but it's okay, because guess what? This Royal Rumble has it. They are fully ready, fully prepped to outdo expectations. That is right. I'm on the hype train. Let me tell y'all why. This is going to be better than last year's Royal Rumble. Now, you're going to say, wait. Well, you're saying that because of Jey Uso, right? Jey Uso won. No. I'm saying that because last year's Royal Rumble was pitched as one of the biggest ever, right? It had all the names. Roman wanted to win. CM Punk wanted to win. It was John Cena's last year. This Royal Rumble, literally most people forgot that I know that watch wrestling still, that are adults, and they're busy people. They got kids, they got high school, softball tournaments and things like that. And so, they're like, hey, when's the Royal Rumble? Has it already happened? And I'm like, no, dude, it's at the end of the month. It's this Saturday. And they're like, oh man, thank God. I thought I missed it. I was like, who won the Royal Rumble this year? And I'm like, no, it hasn't come out yet. And then they're like, oh, okay, well, dude, can I come to your house? Oh man, it's going to suck that we're going to have to watch Royal Rumble and Shakur at the same time. And it's like, no, don't worry. They're in this is Riot season territory. They're going to be in Saudi. So that means this is going to start at literally 1 p.m. my time, I mean. So I say all that as a huge plug. Make sure you're signed up. Make sure you're following or subbed to Infighting FX. That's Infighting Exchange, where we cover every single combat sport. If we don't know about it, then it don't exist. And if it does exist, then just message me with it and we'll watch it. But we cover wrestling, boxing, MMA all Mondays. And today is the weekend recap, but it's a special weekend recap, guys. You know why? Because I'm taking this baby into Raw. That's right. We're fucking staying live for the next 5 hours. Literally for the next 5 hours, we're going to be live. In that time, let me break down a few things we're going to do before we get into the first hour of topics. By the way, if you are here for the boxing, topics on their way. If you're here for the wrestling, an hour from now, we'll be tapping into that. And if you're here for the UFC, well, then probably closer to Raw. But anyway, we're going to be live for Raw. We're going to do the watch along. This has to be a big show, guys. This has to be a big show. Okay. And I'll tell you why real quick before we get into the boxing topics or before we get into what we're going to be doing today. But the reason this has to be one of the best Royal Rumbles is because it has become one of the least promoted Royal Rumbles. There are almost zero storylines. There are like 3 storylines I could think of off the top of my head, right? And one of them was basically cemented this weekend. And so you have all of that, right? The only real Royal Rumble story worth note is Sami Zayn's, right? But the reason this has to be the best, the reason why tonight has to be really special is because you're not going to be able to sneak surprise entrance into the Royal Rumble. Let me break it down. Going to places like Saudi, right? There is a lot of paperwork and a lot of red tape that you have to go through, right? And so any journalist worth their salt would be able to, I shouldn't say that. That's not true. No, never mind. But I will say there are journalists good enough in this game that will be able to find out who's on those planes. All right. They'll be able to find out who the fuck is signed up to go to Saudi. Okay. And so with all of that, it's going to be impossible to keep under wraps. So, if there are any surprises even planned, if Chris Jericho is actually going to show up to the Royal Rumble, and if he does, please break the walls down. That's the song. It has to be Break the Walls Down. If it's not, oh man, what a boner killer. But listen, I think that It's going to be good. And I think that tonight we're going to get something huge. We have to, because again, they're not going to be able to sneak anybody in. So either tonight or Friday, we'll have to set up one of the big angles for the Royal Rumble. That said, dude, Gunther AJ Styles is a real fucking match, guys. That's a real fucking match. This is an old school booking. If Sammy wins, we riot. Shout out to Machine Gun Matt, bro. That's the Orange Cassidy for him, bro. That's it. Too much. But that's hater shit, though. I'm going to be honest. Sami Zayn's been on a decent run, not a generational run, right? Like Drew McIntyre, but he's been on a really good run. I would like to see Sami turn heel. I want to see what he can do. I remember Sami as a heel in the indies and stuff. So we'll see. But I do think something big is coming tonight for Raw, because you wouldn't do it for SmackDown 24 hours out, right? If you're going to do a big angle, tonight's the night that you do the big angle. That way you can have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all of that to push, promote, book, have people get excited, right? You do it on Friday. How many people even watch SmackDown live, right? I mean, I do, and I cover it. And that's why you should go to fightsatw.com. That's fightsaroundtheworld.com. Bookmark it, check it out, make it your number one source for combat sports and all things betting combat sports. That's fightsaroundtheworld.com, fightsatw.com, where yours truly covers WWE's, PLE's, Monday Night Raw, SmackDown, AEW, all of that stuff. I covered AAA this weekend in an article that a lot of people seem to gravitate towards, a lot of casual fans. So that was really cool and interesting. Psycho Clown seems to be a character that resonates with fans, with casual fans, I mean. But anyway, you're not going to do it on Friday. You're going to do it tonight. And then the last thing I'm going to say about it is that ESPN, this is their big show. Okay. You could count Survivor Series. You could count the WrestlePalooza. Neither of those were really the big debut. This was the big debut. When they signed this thing, this was always the show that it was heading towards, okay? Everything before it was kind of after deal, right? Because ESPN, they were launching the app. They wanted a big show to promote. So they created WrestlePalooza, right, to help launch the app. But it wasn't a real, I mean, it was a real show, and it was good too. I mean, they had the return of AJ Lee, right? CM Punk, teaming against Seth Rollins and Becky Lynch, real life man and wife. It was great. It was great. It really was, to a degree, right? It wasn't like this awesome PLE they were trying to sell it as, but this is where the official partnership begins. This is where they always expected, right? This is why they're not upset, about any of the other things that have happened, or like, some people I think have blown out of proportion ESPN's dissatisfaction with what they're getting thus far. I really don't think it's that at all. I mean, the WWE's kind of been par for the most part, if you really look at everything. That said, we'll see what happens. But today we're going to do a couple things. First of all, obviously we have the recap for Monday Night Raw. So we're going to cover Monday Night Raw. We're going to watch along. We're going to do all that. It's going to be great. I got a haircut. My brother's going to come over. He's going to do a guest spot on the show. We're going to talk about probably Shakur and T.O. And, he's a big Shakur D sucker. So let me just warn y'all now. He's a Shakur D rider. So if anybody is a T.O. fan, you're going to have to tap into the show to counterbalance his propaganda. Okay. So we're going to get a heavy Shakur propaganda guy on. I need my, where's Punch at? Where is he? Can we get him? Because we need some serious TO propaganda to counterbalance. Right. But we're going to talk to him. He's going to tell us some of the bets that he's going to make this weekend on the ring card. I think it's ring 6, right? Ring 6. And he's going to tell us where we get money at. Super Bowl predictions. He's got a few that he's going to tell us about. The one that I think I'm going to take is the Patriots spread. I think I'm going to go ahead and do it. I know the Seahawks are favorite. I don't know, man. I just think that the Patriots have had the momentum on almost every other side of the ball. Look what Sam Darnold made us all fucking look like idiots. Let's be honest. I want the one person to come forward to pretend they were on that train. Pretend. Let's just please come over here and please convince me that you were that guy that believed. I'm going to expose you as a fucking liar. You know what I mean? Machine Gun Matt. I want to hear it, champ. I just want you on for the on. But we are going to discuss boxing in the first hour too. So, you know, at the end of the day, I just sent the link to YouTube and Twitch, but that's only for Machine Gun Matt whenever he has time to jump on. That's not for anybody else. If you try to come on before it is time to come on, you're just going to be sitting in the green room. So don't waste your time. Don't waste mine. I'll let y'all know when you can come on, and the link is out. I'll put the link on X as well. That way, anybody on X that's watching, shout out to Twitch, everybody on IG. Thank you, champ. I appreciate you for. Why does my volume always go on for IG? That's so weird. Okay, just so everybody know, we are live right now on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, IG, and TikTok. We will be live in the next 30 minutes on TikTok. And the screen name, like I'm fucking, what am I, 45 years old and using AOL? My AOL screen name is at Big Tits Mario 59 McGee at AOL.com. No, I'm just kidding. The screen name is the same. I said it again. Oh my God, Jesus, I'm old. Infighting FX is how you can find the platform on every single platform. Facebook, IG, Twitch, YouTube, X, and TikTok. So anyway, we are doing the haircut thing, the raw thing, and and then I have some video I want to show y'all. This is going to be at the end of the show, so don't worry. I'm not going to fuck around. But yo, I had the game of my life this weekend. We played golf this Saturday because we were afraid that we weren't going to get any golf time in Monday or Sunday through Tuesday when the freeze came in. And then me here in Corpus, South Texas, we're supposed to get another cold front next week. That's not part of this whole thing, right? It's like a separate issue that's from the Gulf or whatever. But anyway, we went out there and we fucking toughed it out, dude. Listen to me. When I tell y'all, we were one of two groups. There was a group already there when we pulled up. We saw them. And then there was a group that came in about an hour and a half after us. That was the most easiest round of golf I've ever played in my life. Literally nobody pressing us. Nobody, fucking shooting into us. But it was fucking freezing balls, dude. I was miserable. Like when I wasn't swinging, I was fucking miserable. It was so cold that at one point I used my 3-wood to try to get it out of some pretty thick brush. Bro, the fucking club hit a part of the ball at the edge, and it just went like that reverberation feeling. So if you've ever played baseball in really cold weather and you got jammed by a fastball, then you know exactly what the fucking pain I'm talking about. And that shit hurt. And let me tell you, I've really never experienced that with golf. I've been playing golf since I was in middle school. I've been playing baseball since I was in elementary. And I can tell you that it happened far more often in baseball than it ever did in golf. And yet that was one of the worst I experienced. I'm assuming it was because of the weather, but I will tell you this. My ball went nowhere. The week before, I hit a 325-yard drive. This weekend, my 3-wood didn't even go 190. That cold air, dude. That cold Texas air. Do you have my I could get my thing. Is that what you have in your hand? Oh, I'm so sorry, my love.
I think it's because it's the air thing. Maybe just make it heavy, maybe.
You know what? It's right here. The camera's not on the side.
Okay.
Right there. Mm-hmm. There you go.
We have to take trouble out in a minute.
All right. So, topics on deck. We're rolling with the first hour. We're going to look at let me bring Matt on real quick. Matt, you there?
Yo.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Give me 1 second. So we got boxing on the first hour. We're going to talk about Richard, the manager, promoter. I mean, this guy is one of the best managers in the world, right? He's been nominated and he's won, I think it was like manager advisor of the year, like several years in a row. I remember it was like only his name for like the last several years, I think, as far as the winner, I mean. But he's gotten a lot of heat this past week in regards to the fight that everybody wanted, and it doesn't look like we're going to get. You know, and you can add that to the list of all the others over the years. You know, and Verge boots is definitely quality. Let's not pretend it's not disappointing. That said, is it his fault? Is he the one to blame, really? When you look at the situation, when you look at the business economics, I don't know if it's so straightforward. And one, Steve Kim has a take, and we're going to get that take, and then I'm going to give my take on that take. And hopefully we can all kind of just find a place where we can understand, right? I know D-Style. A lot of you know D-Style. I've been on his show many times. He's been on this show. You know, we've been on the TBV together when he's guest spotted, and I was working for them. And I can tell you that he wrote something on Twitter that I've disagreed with very much. And it's very rare that I disagree with D-Style on, or at least this hard. I mean, obviously me and him disagree all the time, but not this hard. He took a really staunch look at this and said, hey, this is, okay, cool. This is, you know, a black and white situation. And I don't think that's true. I really don't think that's true. I don't think this is a black and white situation. In fact, in my 10 years covering the sport, I can tell you that this is one of the biggest misunderstandings in the sport. One, Steve Kim said it beautifully, right? He said, the truth is fighters they're rarely scared, right? For all the ducking talk that gets talked about, right? That's bullshit. Like 95, 99% of the time, they're not ducking. You know who is scared? The managers. And that's not like a fear, like a not believing or whatever, but these are commodities. Whether you understand this or not, these are the only chances in these fighters' lives to make real money. Okay. Because go and look at, you know, the fighters in the UFC, go look at the fighters in boxing. All right. The majority of these guys are left without a penny, and nor do they have an avenue to continue making money. So I can tell you that we're going to have this conversation. It's probably not going to be something a lot of people are going to agree with me about. That's okay. But come on, call in, use the fucking chat. Tell me where I'm wrong. Because at the end of the day, I feel like this situation is black and white. It's just not black and white in the way that everybody else seems to think it is. But of course, black and white is always a shade of gray as well. You know what I mean? Because if it was, then guess what? There'd be no fucking color because it absorbs all of them. Matt, stop fucking lying. Fucking Sam, you want Sam Darnold to leave? Stop. All right, don't disrespect the show in this manner, champ.
What's going on, bro?
I'm chilling. How are you feeling? That's what I want to know first and foremost.
I'm all right, bro. You know, I'm alive. Well
Great.
enough.
Love it.
Hold up. Hey, man, you want to chill out? Got my dog over here tripping, bro. Worried.
Oh, I know how that goes. Canelo's always over here begging for shit.
Well, not like he knows, like, you know how they say a dog knows what's like when you're having problems or something's wrong.
Oh, yeah.
On you.
Hell yeah.
That's as I got home, but I'm chilling, bro. Chilling.
That's what's up, champ. That's what's up. We're glad to hear it. So first and foremost, I want to talk to you real quick about football before. First of all, are you caught up on this whole Richard Moragan stuff?
Yeah, the stuff you was talking about with
yeah.
and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to talk to you about that, but first, I want to talk to you about the Super Bowl, champ. Seattle Patriots. First and foremost, who are you favoriting?
Right now, I mean, if you got me based off just this weekend, bro, I'm favoring Seattle.
Yeah, you have to, right?
They've had a hell of a staunch performance, and their offense simply just, you know, stood up whenever their defense needed them to just come and pick up whatever. Just don't get me wrong, Seattle's defense was probably one of the best defenses in the entire league, top 5.
But
sure.
At the same
time, it showed because the New England Patriots have faced the other 2 top defenses in the league, but it showed me that their offense is strong enough to get past whatever their defense lacks. And the major thing is they're not turning the ball over, and that's been the formula to win all these games. Whoever doesn't turn the ball over, or at least the least amount of turnovers, wins these games, bro. And it's a point I was going to get to on my show, which I don't know if you want me to co-stream it or not, because I was going to use this as a wrestling
Go
thing.
for it. Of course, dude. Of course.
The fact that so many coaches are using analytics, not even that experienced coaches are relying on analytics to dictate what they do is insane. And like me and my brother and my co-host, we were talking about this all weekend. Like why, like a Sean Payton, bro, like why is he in the situation yesterday? Why do you not kick that field goal, go up 2 scores, and instead, when the snow comes and you're fighting against the storm and you can't make a kick, you're fighting for your life because you chose to go for it and didn't succeed. It's just insane, bro. It's insane.
So talk to me about Sam Darnold. Where's the difference? What are we getting from him now that nobody saw? And it made people give up on him. What are we seeing different?
Bro, what you see is the major thing to me is what you see now is what it's like when you allow a quarterback to develop, when you let the flower bloom. Sam Darnold was never going to do that on the Jets. He was never going to do that in Carolina. The best thing that ever happened to him was being a backup for the 49ers. Because he got time to learn the game, develop his game, be around the Shanahan style offense.
Word.
And then when he got his shot in Minnesota, they look like fools now because look where he just took Seattle.
Yep.
And it's a big problem in the NFL today is they don't have enough patience, and they also don't have the right people to let a quarterback develop. That's a big problem.
Well said. Well said. Any bets you have yet, or any like props or anything like that for us yet, or not yet?
I'm one of those crazy bettors that likes, what color is the Gatorade gonna be? How long is the national anthem?
You're not one of those guys.
I am one of those guys.
Oh, you are one of those. Oh, I love it. Oh, I fucking love it. Okay, you know what? No, stop. If you don't have it yet, that's fine. But please tell me what day, what time that you'll be ready to go over that list, and I'll just go live. I'll literally go live on that topic alone.
I gotta look because I gotta see what obviously this week nothing's gonna happen. It's the week. You got 2 weeks to the Super Bowl. You got a pointless Pro Bowl game that's gonna happen. You got to see what develops. The game's in Santa Clara, so you know it's going to be open air. A lot of things are going to be different. But yeah, I'm one of those crazy bettors. Like last year, I had a parlay that missed just because Saquon had a bad game. But outside of that, it was damn near a lock. I was one of the few that bet DeAndre Hopkins to score a touchdown, and he did. So and it was like, man, if only Saquon had a decent enough game to hit some numbers, I would have hit really nice last year.
Well, I'm getting 3.5 on that Patriots spread. I think I'm going to take it, dude. I picked the Patriots, but I don't feel confident that they're going to win. This was the Patriots team I picked back when their momentum and fucking Drake was just like slanging and banging, bro. And this is a guy whose momentum has shifted at the end of a season like clockwork, even in in his earlier years pre-pro. And so I waited for him to shit the bed, and he never did. I mean, don't get me wrong, there was that stretch where he hadn't played well in the playoffs, but heading into it, I really thought Patriots were going to be a team to beat. And now, as the playoffs from beginning to end, I think it is Seattle's game. I don't know if it's Seattle's game to lose or not for sure, but I am, leaning that way. But like you, who is a smart picker, a person with a high handicap average, I wait. I'm not a guy who's picking before the weigh-in. I don't make bets like that because I don't feel like you can make money like that. Not in a long-term way. You know what I mean? You need every piece of information you can get.
It's smart because at the beginning, not right at the beginning, but in the early preseason, I was one of those guys that did doubt the Patriots. Although I knew how excellent a coach Mike Vrabel was.
Sure.
Going into it, I just didn't believe that they had the staffing on the field to do it. But boy, have they proved me wrong. I bought in like mid-season. I was like, okay, yeah, these guys are going to be good. I didn't think they'd be like Super Bowl good, but once you get to the playoffs, it's always it's like when they played the Texans last week, I said these are going to be the two biggest defensive brains out there. But then I didn't realize that I think I told my dad this. This is the best of the two worlds that the Patriots ever had or ever seen. It's the big brain that on defense that Mike Vrabel had in Tennessee, because don't forget, he took the Tennessee Titans to an AFC Championship game, led them all the way there when they lost everybody. Tannehill goes down, Brown goes down, Derrick Henry went down. coached up very well, but his defensive scheme and mind is one of the best you've ever seen in a head coach. And it's matched with that perfect Tom Brady scheme on offense. The Tom
Word.
Brady game plan that keeps you safe and gives you every option to make the right decision. To have the defense, if they get a turnover, they're going to allow that offense to capitalize. And it just
Well said.
meshes beautifully.
Well said. So listen, I want to get into this boxing topic real quick. Before we get into it ourselves, I want to kind of catch everyone up to speed. Okay. So this was posted by Richard on his Twitter. In fact, I'm just going to share the entire screen here. Let's do that. Let me see. Is this something we can all see? Oh, it looks like shit. Let me do that. I'm going to have to make it bigger. That's okay. How's that look, Matt? Is it readable? Oh, we're going to have to wait.
Yeah, somewhat. Looks a little readable.
Let me go one more, I guess. Still sucks. All right. Well, we'll live with it. Actually, you know what? Let me go one more. All right. Well, put your glasses on, guys, because you're going to need them. Listen, first of all, this was a hilarious thing he tweeted today, which I very much agreed with. It was hilarious. He said, it was crazy. I think Madrimov is a great / elite top fighter in the division, but the announcer said 100 times during the fight that he had Ebola, COVID, chickenpox, scarlet fever, and the flu all at the same time while he fought Virgil Ortiz. Hilarious. That was funny. But anyway, this is the tweet that has caused a bit of a stir with boxing fans. First of all, it goes back to this weekend, okay, where a lot of the flack I started to see on Reddit and other boxing pages and groups that I'm in. And man, the hate was crazy this weekend. But he put, I wish boxing fans had to pass a basic IQ test before being allowed to subscribe to any network to watch it or comment on any boxing related post. It would be a basic test: tie shoes, alphabet, basic addition and subtraction, etc. So that kind of set the stage. And then he posted this today. And this is what got fans a bit more upset of the whole situation. So, Rich, but skills don't pay the bills in boxing and never have. An effective negotiation while protecting the fighter contractually at a high level is what pays the bills and their kids' bills and their kids' bills. You get what you negotiate, and the rest is a bunch of bullshit from fake media people and brain dead negative fans. We will see who is there after paying the bills and looking after you when you can't throw a punch anymore. I promise it won't be the promoter, the media people, or the negative fans. Only a clown says money does not matter in boxing. Loyalty is shown by writing that fighter a check, and that's it. Period. The industry loves the uncle turned manager or dad or random business guy or coach or anyone that lacks the experience of what it actually takes or has been in the wars and wanted to prove it. Often millions are left on the table. Mind-blowing how people know they have no clue how to manage a fighter properly and will tell that a fighter they do and put themselves before the fighter, then sell the fighter on loyalty. If you were loyal, you would not pretend to do a job you can't or send the fighter to someone that does. Stay tuned this week and next. I'll show you how it's done at the highest level. Fake bums don't have half the heart their fighters do in the ring to fight outside of it, but some of us do it, or some of us do and do it well. So I'm gonna show D Styles. That's all I'm gonna show. Wait, I think he tweet posted actually, but so I want to show this. This was a post from over the weekend on the 3 knockdown rule with Mario Lopez and Steve Kim. An excellent show. You should subscribe to that if you're a boxing fan.
Them not wanting.
But this is what he said on a post that was entitled Rick. I think is it Merrigan? I don't know. How do you say it, Matt? Do you know?
Merrigan.
I always thought it was that or Moranigan or something weird. And I always said it wrong. I knew it was wrong. I just have really rarely ever heard people say it right to the point where I don't even recognize it anymore. But anyway,
super common name.
No, for sure. Here's the thing though. I recognize the name, right? This is somebody who is deep roots in boxing and has, you know, time and time again proven his merit in the last, I'd say, like 6 years at least on this level, right? But anyway, so this was titled that he's the scapegoat and the real problem runs deeper, and it's all about money. So this is what Steve Kim had to say.
That Golden Boy and Oscar would have acquiesced to Rick Morigian's request of $10 million. Not
He said it wrong too.
Let's say that Golden Boy and Oscar would have acquiesced to Rick Morigian's request of $10 million, not 7. But let's say, you know what, we'll give you 12. Do you think that clause would have been an issue? No, I don't. This is about them not wanting to take the risk. I know I'm going to look like the bad guy, and people always say, oh, fighters aren't afraid. Managers are. This game today is not about fights. I hate to say it. I hate to be the bad guy, but that's what I'm going to do. This is about risk mitigation. And this is all about risk versus reward. And the bottom line is this. If they thought they were going to beat Boots Ennis, I believe they would have come to a resolution. That's my opinion. Let's.
Wow. That is telling in a major way. What the fuck? What did I do? Oops. My bad. So anyway, Matt, I want to ask you your opinion right off the bat. How do you feel about this situation? What were your initial thoughts? What are your thoughts today? Who do you blame, I guess?
I mean, bro, it's hard not to blame Golden Boy when this keeps happening. And it's happened over the years with him. It happened with Canelo. It happened with Ryan, although they found a number where that Ryan liked eventually.
Well said.
But at the same time, obviously managers are scared to risk that. What manager isn't? Like, no manager outside of maybe like no manager promoter outside of like Eddie Hearn is pushing their fighters to the fire. But even when he's pushing their fighters to the fire, he's already built them up to the point where they're going to be the higher paid. I was having this debate earlier today with somebody where it's like, you know, people think it's just the 7. What did he? No, not even like. Yeah, he said like Virgil wants like 7 million, 10 million almost.
10
right?
million, yeah.
That's not the only number they got to deal with. That you know, you got to remember Boots Ennis, who's been a unified champion, who's been a headliner in his part of the country, who's arguably selling more tickets. He's gonna want more than $10 million. Is this? And it breaks down to, do you think this is a $20 million fight? I don't think so. If it's not pay-per-view, and if it's $20 million, who are you gonna put on the undercard? Are you gonna fill it with Golden Boy and matchroom fighters? Or are you gonna try to slide Gabriela Fondura under there and hope somebody shows up?
Yep.
And then at that point, where are you going to put the fight? Because if you think this is a $20 million fight, and you think Golden Boy and Matchroom are going to try to make their money back, if they're going to co-promote, you got to go to Philly. You got to go to Philly or to Atlantic City, because it's not like don't get me wrong, I love Virgil. Virgil's a known name here, but it's not like he's moving tickets in the Dickies Arena, and that's where that's his biggest arena he's headlined in Fort Worth, is the Dickies Arena. So it's like, it's a lot, but it's hard to not look at Golden Boy and think like this keeps happening. It seems like they're running into that old situation that Top Rank was in, when their fighters would hit a certain point to where this is as far as you're taking me, and I'm trying to make these fights and you're not letting me have them, or you don't have the money to make them.
Exactly. Or you don't have the means to secure them. You're absolutely right. And here's the thing, like, I want to weigh in real quick on something Steve said, right? He said this is a risk for them. And if they believed that Verge could beat Boots, that risk, they would mitigate it, right? But the situation is this, okay? If you are a promoter and you're Oscar De La Hoya, the facts are clear. You're struggling when compared to literally everyone else. When we're talking about the future, when we're talking about short term or long term, you're not meeting the clear goals. And I'm going to tell you, when you're a promoter like Oscar right now, and you have the fewest commodities that you have had, the problem is, if you don't get this fight done, that's a failure on your part as a promoter to not be able to secure the fight for only the few fighters you have left at this level. I'm sorry, that's a bigger failure on their parts than anyone else's. And I will say this to add to Steve's point, okay? if we want to blame something, the money is a very easy thing to blame because it's true. But if we want to look deeper at the situation that Oscar finds himself in, Golden Boy, this, a few $1,000,000 is a risk for any company, but it's a bigger risk today for De La Hoya than it was a decade ago, right? They have very few places where they can take gambles anymore. And that is because his demeanor has led to burnt bridges. And he has continued to handle himself as an influencer and not as a CEO, not as someone commanding a ship, not as the leader of troops that are your fighters. And these guys want to fight the best. Remember, that's what you wanted when you were with Bob. And that's why you left. And you said you created Golden Boy for this moment, for these exact things. And I think it was Mike Coppinger who said a week or two ago, has Oscar survived the game long enough that he's become the villain? Like the old Batman line, you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. And I think that's what's happened with Oscar. I hate to say it. This guy was my favorite fighter growing up, right? I've have like 15 pictures on the wall at my dad's house with him and the whole family, right? I don't want this to be true, but at the same time, I'm not going to lie about it, right? I'm not seeing what I'm seeing.
There's too many islands now. There's too many islands for
Very well said.
to leave.
Very well said.
Think about it. Zuffa just popped up. Matchroom's getting more established in boxing in America. Top Rank is literally leasing out fighters, is what I like to call it. They'll lease them out to whatever card you need them. Hey, we're getting you fights. We're putting you on every card possible. You can go to a Matchroom card. You can go to a PBC card. You can go to a Ring card on Netflix. You can go to Zuffa if you want to. And then, you still got those are the major players out there. And then you still got the people that are hosting. There's a new promotion hosting fights on YouTube every month. So at the same time, you got to think it's like you're saying.
Roblox is doing its thing.
His mentality, if I wanted to fight the best and I want to make the best fights, he played a lot of his cards with his other biggest star, Ryan, and it's completely collapsed. That house of cards has failed. Outside of Virgil Ortiz, who else does he have? In terms of a star, not like a really good, and this is where people get that mixed up, not a really good fighter, but what star does he have at Golden Boy? Because think about this. If Zurdo loses to David, is David going to come to Golden Boy or is David going to stay independent?
Exactly. No. You're absolutely right. And I want to real quick touch on this narrative that's been going on. It's been going on for a while now, but it really got turned up, with this Zuffa boxing one that took place over the weekend on Friday. And this narrative from boxing fans that I don't understand. And to a degree I do, right? It's like a lot of it's just nostalgia for them, right? They're used to Bob. They're used to that. They're used to the devil they know, right? And they don't want a new devil coming in like Zuffa, is how they see it. But this narrative that the old guard that has controlled this sport for so long, right, is worth protecting. That's a false narrative. That is not true. This sport has been broken and it would stay broken, right? If the old guard wants to do anything, it might be too late. And desperation moves might have to be made to keep yourself afloat. So when I say, hey, if you're Oscar De La Hoya, if you're going to put all your chips in someone's corner right now, I think Verge is that guy. And if there's anything that's held him back thus far from being that guy that you said that can, not just, draw real big in Texas, but draw on the West Coast, the East Coast, wherever.
Yeah.
It's those fights that he needs to put him there. And there are so many fans that were really on his side early on that have left because of like injuries and things like that. And those things shouldn't be held against him, right? But that's just the way that fans react to not seeing a guy get a fight. So when you put this guy in a position where unfortunate circumstances have held back his career, but now he's in a place where he's ready to push that gas fully forward, then all we see as fighters, as managers, as fans, as trainers is a company that refused to put its money where its mouth is. That's the only narrative we can gain back.
Yeah.
Right. And so again, it's like, I'm not rooting for Zuffa if Zuffa is going to be just another entity taking advantage. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying, you know, that's my only issue with Zuffa is it going to provide a good change for the fighters, or are they going to be restricted like UFC fighters have been?
It's like when AEW first popped up. You want it to be a good thing so the rising water will raise the ships. Every ship comes up. Because as much as people don't like to admit it, AEW forced WWE to revive TNA. And it really did. They revived TNA. They've brought Lucha Libre and the AAA side to a higher platform, which caused AEW to react and bring CMLL up to their front on a better platform.
Great point, dude.
Better if it makes and as much, you got to remember as a fan, even like in the comments right now, you know, I would hope that boxing gets away from pay-per-view. It would be a beautiful thing. And it's hopefully leading their direction with the biggest fights in the world, with, you know, like they did with Canelo and Crawford, and like they're doing with Zuffa. Like Canelo Crawford was on Netflix. Who doesn't have Netflix? Like I get Paramount Plus through my job. I watch that for free.
A lot of people didn't know that, dude. And great to remind you. I need to keep reminding people because people still don't know. Listen, I had like a dozen people contact me this past week and thank me for telling them on air that to go check with their cable company. A lot of them had it. Yeah, bro. Yeah, you through your cable company, through your employer. A lot of people, you get this stuff for free. Cell phone
you might have signed up for something else that gave you this for free. So it's like you have it already, you just don't know it. But yeah, I think it's something you would want to succeed, to force. Like I said, 10 years ago, wouldn't it have been nice to see all these promoters playing along and playing together? There was no side of the street.
Yeah, word.
If we could have got half the fights like this 10 years ago, and as much as everybody looks back at 2016 right now, imagine all the fights that we wanted that we couldn't get just because there was a wall right there. If this wall was down already, we wouldn't be in this problem.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Listen, Justin, great comment. He says, does boxing do the UFC thing and get away from pay-per-view? I think it's a good move. If you can, I mean, that's the, DAZN had so much good fortune or so much good, what's the word? Like, I don't know. It had a lot of optimism from fans because they were saying all the right things. And the number one thing they were saying is, the death of pay-per-view and all these things. And now you look at the subscription price for DAZN and it's like ridiculous compared to what it was before. I mean, yeah. And the Mario Barrios package with the, what other fight is? Oh, the Shakur fight, right? And they have like a package where like you get DAZN for like 6 months and then you buy and then it comes out to still like $50 per pay-per-view still, right? It's like $70 if you want to just buy one. Like,
even if you just pay for the year though, bro, that's like a couple $100 and it's not even like guaranteeing that, like for me and you, that all those are going to be boxing pay-per-views. Well, you might get a bare knuckle.
Word.
Yeah, bro, like they were talking about this the other day on the Boxing Voice, that they looked at the listing, they brought it up on DAZN, and one of the bare knuckles counted as a free event. So it's not like all these are boxing as much as that leads you on to. Like you're gonna get the Shakur fight, like you're gonna get 12 once a month. But if I get the Shakur fight from this month and they give me bare knuckle the next month, they're gonna make me pay for Barrios and Ryan.
Yeah. Exactly. It's not a great business plan at all. Like not even a little bit, because you're trying to sell us on the idea that combat sports is just like, ice cream. And it's just like, it comes in different flavors you like, and you know that they're different sports. They're different sports. And I've said it a million times. I also have to say it a million times. They're different sports in the same way that basketball and volleyball are different sports. Is there a net? Is there a ball? Sure. Do they play on the court? Yeah, but they're completely fucking different. Baseball, cricket. If I explain both of them to a person that's never heard of them, heard of either sport before, they would think that I'm talking about the same exact thing. Yeah, there's a guy, he throws a ball at a guy, he's got a stick, he hits it, he runs. The whole point is to get back to the original starting point. It's like, oh yeah, it's the same fucking sport. No, they're completely different.
Yeah.
And so to act
different.
like they're not, you know what I mean? And that's the problem that Dana's got, right? Dana's got a real problem on his hands in the sense that he has this UFC fandom that he can take over that's super valuable, but from the point of view of trying to create a boxing legacy, right, like a boxing franchise, you have conditioned your UFC fans to dislike boxing, right? The rhetoric and the narrative from day one was MMA versus boxing. And I will say that Rogan and Dana, they were often put in those positions in the media, right, sparking these kinds of conversations. But
he's been really spinning that yarn back the other way, like, hey, we can like boxing because I'm gonna fix it. That's what he's been really all week. And you look at the card, this first card they had was decent, and as much as we hated the glazing of Max Kellerman, the card itself was a decent card. The following up card is a decent card. And then you see, okay, they got Ryo. We know that name in boxing. It'll turn crossover fans from UFC that just like to watch fights. Like if you liked what you watched with Gaethje and Patty, if they get Jai Opetaia a good enough fight where that looks insanely brutal, they'll hover around Jai like that's their guy and it's been their guy. And imagine if they got their hands on a Bam Rodriguez. If they see the flow state of a Bam Rodriguez out there just moving like water but hitting like a brick, taking guys down, they'll turn to that completely. And that's just another thing that Dana needs is if he can build the roster good enough. If he's already got so many cosigns, like if Bud Crawford even just comes back for a fight, I'll fight on Zuffa and just puts them over that way. It's a small domino away from putting the ball in their court like they want.
Yeah, no, I agree. There were a lot of things that I could say positive about this weekend's Zuffa boxing. Number one would be the matchmaking that they had with Julian Rodriguez and Kane Sandoval. Anybody that's seen these guys knew that they were going to put on a banger, and man, was it. Now, I picked it wrong. I'll admit. I thought Kane Sandoval was going to get that one, but shout out to Julian Rodriguez. He really, he fought a really perfect fight in a lot of ways. You could just say that. That said, though, there are issues. There are issues when you have a guy like Jai Opetaia who's, keeps saying that he wants undisputed and he wants, to unify the division. And yet Dana's saying there's going to be a Zuffa belt. You know what I mean? It's like, which is it? Because you understand that when you come out and you say things like there's going to be a Zuffa belt, you're isolating your roster from the other sanctioning bodies. Like, I don't know if you saw Mauricio Suleiman posted a post this week on Callum Walsh's fight week with him in the WBC belt. And he was saying how much he loved the WBC. It was like a trolly ass, post and stuff. And then you saw Ryan Garcia last week. He had the WBC cheerleaders and he's like, I love the WBC. I don't know what he was on, but at the end of the day, there are lines being drawn, Matt.
That's the counterproductive part to it, though. Is like, Mauricio was trolling about Walsh and all that, but then you give Ryan Garcia a fucking title shot, bro. Off of
No, you can't defend that shit.
He gets a fucking title shot
again, and it's not to say that the old guard is worth protecting, that the sanctioning bodies aren't very responsible for fucking this sport up, right? Because you and I, what you and I benefit from. We benefit from being combat sports fans in general, right? So we've seen everything in wrestling. We've seen everything in MMA. And the one thing that you and I know to be true is that it is hard to convert casual fans into hardcore fans if they're not able to distinguish between the champion. You know what I mean? Like if they don't know who the world champion is because there's so many fucking belts, that's a problem. It's a problem in an era that you had for a decade where the welterweight title was basically split into sometimes 6 parts. Yeah. Some of these organizations had 3 belts and interim plus another one. It was ridiculous. So to say that there's worth protecting is a falsehood. But at the same time, to say that Dana has the answer is also something I'm very wary about.
But this is where he does have that chess piece, bro. This Zuffa Boxing already recognizes the belt that Jai Opetaia has already, the ring belt.
Yeah.
The ring
The
champion
ring belt.
is Jai
That's
Opetaia.
true.
The ring
That is very true.
is Bam Rodriguez. If I have all these guys, because remember, they can't have a Zuffa belt till it gets approved. That has to be approved first. They can't just make a champion. You know, they can have all this hype about it, but they can't just create a champion and, hey, this is our champion. If all they have to do is, hey, look, we have the ring champion, this means you're the man. You got to bring those belts over here, and they can make the sanctioning bodies bow to them and just take them out one by one by one by one. And I think you and I both know, because like you were just saying, like my co-host, he'll watch boxing, but it has to be a good fight for him to pay attention to the sport solely. And he's told me too, there's too many champions. All these guys have belts. Like everybody tells me, he's telling me, like everybody says Gervonta was the best, but there's so many people around Gervonta that have a belt.
Exactly.
It was understood that he said to him that Wilder and Fury were the two best heavyweights years ago, but AJ and Usyk are fighting for 3 belts over there. Like, what's the big difference?
Bro, exactly. Those are excellent examples right there. You know, how much more would the heavyweight division have benefited, and thus boxing in its place, because everybody knows that the heavyweight division is the premier division in all of sports, right? Combat sports. The heavyweight title was once thought to be the richest prize in all of sports. Some people still consider it that. Now, what would the benefits have been of having a singular title that those names you just mentioned all fought for? Because we never got Wilder Joshua. That was one of the biggest fights at one point. We never got Fury Joshua, right? And so it's like you said, for any casual fans that were desperately trying to get back into boxing, all they ever saw were two sides split, right? So who do you determine is the side that is the best? It's ridiculous to think that the Seahawks and the Patriots can both play and win NFC and AFC championships and not play the Super Bowl and consider themselves both Super Bowl champs. Like, what the fuck? Like, I always thought that the whole, like, oh, they're giving trophies to all the kids stuff was way overblown. And like, now I'm at the age where I'm like, wait, is it? Like, was that a big problem? Have we all been altered to the point? Like, no, it's not. You know why? Because boxing isn't thriving. Because the heavyweight division didn't get revamped to this thing that we all thought it could be. No, what happened is exactly what you said. There were failures. There were shortcomings that were designed into the system of boxing.
And I think that's where Turkey Al-Sheikh was right last year when he said that there needs to be a prominent American heavyweight that brings the activity and action back to boxing. Because when Wilder was on top, everybody was getting back into boxing when Wilder was just nuking dudes because
Americans were right. Yes, absolutely right. And you know what? I'm going to say this too, to add to your point. I don't mean this as a positive. I really don't, but it got a lot of people interested in boxing on both sides, right? There were people that absolutely hated Wilder and there was people that absolutely loved him. And so it was like this thing that, you know, I honestly, like, I wasn't alive during the Ali era, but I'm pretty sure that's exactly the way he was, you know what I mean? Like the way he was made out.
The biggest thing in the nation.
Yeah. And there were people that
the best.
Exactly. And there were like people on one side that thought he was a draft dodger and people on the other side that thought he was an American hero standing up for his rights. Like, it was so split and divided. And yet, you know, there was one champion, he fought them all. And at the end of the day, it was like one of the most thriving points in all of sports. Yo, Justin, I want to read Justin Owen's comment here. That's
my
perfectly said. Shout out to Matt's co-host, Justin Owen. He said, I am a casual. I just get confused of what belt is what, where's the belt from, or what promotion. It's so confusing. How can two heavyweights have a belt? It's weird. Listen, I'm doing this right here for free. Golden Boy, Matchroom, Top Rank, all of you. This is right here, free. What's it called, Matt? When you have people in a room and they try stuff and you ask them questions about the product?
Oh, man.
What is that called?
I'm blanking on it myself.
And then like people are in a mirror on the other side and they're watching them.
Yeah.
And they're like trying to see how to like make the product better. I forget what they're called.
I'm blanking on it, bro.
Like
surveys. Like people that do their surveys for them and they just
yeah, exactly. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm blanking on the name of it, but it's like that. This is it perfectly. You are getting the exact people weighing in on who you're trying to convert into hardcore fans, and they're telling you in their own words, perfectly stated, they're confused, guys. They're confused. They don't know who the champs are, so why watch?
They know that Justin Gaethje is going to fight Ilia Topuria. They said that
Well
much
said.
right there on the live. They said, okay, he's the interim in March, between March and June, when Ilya's ready. Justin Gaethje's going to fight the champion.
Yep.
There's
Yep. And we knew what we were getting, dude. We knew it.
Interim. It's just this guy's gonna fight that guy.
Again, it's a little, I'm not gonna say easy, but I think it's a little clearer for guys like you who watch everything, because you're able to see how certain business ends up. You know what I mean? How like, what's the driving force behind the decisions that fighters make, managers make, promoters make, you know, in every landscape of the sport. And so it helps you, I think, and people like you to be able to navigate through these times that are really confusing, honestly. Matt, I want to ask you about this one thing. Keyshawn Davis is fighting this weekend against
Jermaine Ortiz
in a fight that I was already looking forward to. But if you saw the antics of Keyshawn Davis this weekend, then you saw him acting an absolute full. It was some of the most cringe stuff I've seen from a fighter in some time. He was celebrating the loss of Andy Cruz. Now, the context here is, yes, Andy Cruz and Keyshawn Davis have been rivals since the amateurs, right? Andy Cruz won every time they fought. I think it was 4 times. And, you know, the moment Keyshawn became pro, that was the fighter they asked about every single time, right? And so you had him celebrating Cruz's win ringside. Sean Zattel, shout out to Sean, had a perfect video capturing the reaction and how happy. I mean, he was like acting like Hulk Hogan. He was like doing the ear thing and shit. Like, it was fucking weird, bro. I think he did the Arsenio at one point.
Yeah.
And then a shot outside of the hotel. They're doing the old scene from, I forgot what movie, but they're whipping with the belt and they're like, get that amateur shit out of here. And it's just this whole cringe thing where you're like celebrating a win that isn't yours. And again, the context is this guy who, yeah, he was an amateur star, moves up a little too quick, I think is going to be the tale we get from this. Either that or Andy Cruz is just, you know, not a great pro and it all comes down to it. But I think he rebounds. All I know is you haven't fought a fight like that. What are you celebrating? Matt, in your eyes, does Keyshawn need a really big performance on Saturday to wash away some of the cringe that he has put upon himself?
I think he needs a big performance to wash away the past, 6 months?
Yeah.
Last week, bro, like, you were supposed to fight Edwin De Los Santos, and you came in overweight, and you were doing the same thing, all this weird-ass dancing and celebrating like, ooh, I missed weight. I knew it, but, you know, we're going to pay this money. Remember, he even said it out of his own mouth, like, oh, we're going to pay him. We're going to fucking have a fight. And Edwin De Los Santos, or at least his team, I think it was his manager, was like, no, fuck you, bro. We're not going to take this fight just because to give you a free win. No, but as a fucking welterweight and try to fight us at 35. Like, no, that's not how it's going to work. And to me, like, these antics, like, I understand, like, this essentially was his rival, his adversary that was,
sure.
They connected them so at some point they could make a fight. But this lets me know he probably never even wanted to fight Andy Cruz. Oof. And don't get me wrong, like, I'm on the side of those guys. Like, the amateurs mean nothing because they don't. It's a 3-round fight. And if you put anybody, like, look at him, you know, Andy Cruz, but Raymond Muratalla was just the better guy on this night. Now, granted, there was
the better pro, right?
There was that nasty ass 118, 110 scorecard, but
yeah, that was nasty, bro. Well said, dude. Well said.
Bro, like, look at Lomachenko. Lomachenko took on Salido, and he wasn't ready for all the pro tricks that Salido had. Like, yes, granted, there was dirty moments, but you don't see those in the amateurs at all. You don't.
Exactly, dude. Exactly. And by the way, Loma, you know, rebounded, you know, had a brilliant career. You know, he ended up being the king of that division for a while. So, you know, at the end of the day, I do think Cruz bounces back. I think this will be this can be a good thing or a bad thing, right? This could be the thing that makes him make adjustments, right? This could be the thing that, you know, gives him the kind of experience that he takes to the next one. Say it again.
A tough fight, because we've seen
Absolutely, yes.
give Lomachenko and Teofimo problems.
Yes.
So can you be a guy? Because he went decisions with both of them, and you know Lomachenko and Teofimo were stopping guys at that point. So can you be the first guy to stop him? Can you be the first guy that looks like it's not a big deal or he's not as big of a problem as he is? You got to step it up and show, bro. Because think about it. Not only this, you're on Big Bro's undercard. You got to perform and make the team look good.
Nah, you're right, bro.
People don't, and I've heard it from multiple boxing channels as well that they think Keyshawn's just going to mow him over. I don't think so. I think it's going to be a long night for Mr. Davis if he's not focused.
I'm actually very much thinking what you're thinking, actually. But that said, one last boxing thing I want to ask you. I'm not going to ask you your prediction, obviously, because I wouldn't, you know, I'm not going to insult your intelligence like you wouldn't wait, you know, to gather as much information as you can to give a pick or whatever, or at least an official pick. I mean, if you're leaning one way or the other, that's fine. But I want to ask you, what are you at least expecting from this fight, from this main event? Shakur Teo, ring 6, I believe it is. What are you expecting from this fight? What do you think we'll see? And what could the win mean for either?
I think this is a pound for pound win for either, first of all. Especially for two guys that aren't on the pound for pound list, this is a pound for pound win. I think if Shakur Stevenson wins, it arguably shoots him up into the top 6, 7 of the list. Teofimo Lopez, as it is the guy going up, still shoots him up to at least the 8, 7 spot on the pound for pound, because Shakur Stevenson is a pound for pound guy. Started at 26, jumping up to 40. He's the champion at 3 weights, unified champion at 2 of them. So this is a big win on his resume, probably the biggest win on his resume since Josh Taylor, I believe. He's had some good wins, but not a win the level of Shakur Stevenson. Now, I think this fight is either going to be one of two things: a very high-paced chess match, or it's going to be a stinker. Because somebody is going to have to go first. And if that is decided, like Teofimo did against Lomachenko, where he said, I'm just going to back you up because I know you can't fight backwards. Granted, Shakur Stevenson is a much more calculated defensive fighter going backwards, but Shakur Stevenson has shown to take too far of a leap back, not be in the range to counter, but just to be in the out of range completely to get out of the way. So I don't have a lean right now because I have to see what their mentalities are going into the fight. You know, I need to see the press conference to see what they're saying and thinking. Is there some shoving going around? How does Shakur look at 40? Because he just said Saturday when they interviewed him with Chris Mannix, like, I'm going back down to 35 unless I'm getting a big money fight at another weight class. I don't see any other big money fights outside of a Devin Haney fight, which Devin Haney's already rumoring himself in another big fight. There's at least 2 on the table for Devin at 47. I don't see him coming back. I can really see, win or lose, Shakur comes back down and fights Muratalla, or he fights a Lamont Roach. Shakur,
that's a good, very good point.
Teofimo Lopez, I see the world being his oyster if he beats Shakur Stevenson in a very convincing fashion, because that's another undefeated fighter he would have knocked down off the list. And just looking and building one of the better resumes of this new quote unquote 4 Kings era that is here today. He would have one of the best resumes next to Devin Haney's that you've seen out of this generation of young stars. It is a very, very good fight. But yeah, I think it's either going to be a nicely paced chess match where people like you and I who enjoy the sport of boxing will enjoy the tactics, the movement, the high-paced processing, an AI level processing in the ring of how they're going to attack and counterattack each other. or it could be a stinker and we're watching two guys make eye contact all night, bro. That's my worry right there. Is it could be one or the other.
I think that's an astute observation there, honestly. Yeah, my biggest fear, Shakur grabs a hold of it early and Tio, gets gun shy. I don't see that happening. I think it's the least of a few bad scenarios for Tio, but at the same time, I've seen it before. You know what I mean? But Matt, do you have time to go over some wrestling real quick?
Absolutely, bro. I got you another 30 minutes. Let's rock out.
Champ. Listen, I want to ask you this before we talk Royal Rumble. We're going to talk Royal Rumble. We're going to talk Final Four. We're going to talk who you got, as the favorite heading into the match. But I want to ask you this question first. Last week on Monday Night Raw, there was a moment in which Paul Heyman made a phone call that made the GM Pierce change his mind on Braun Breaker, decided to meet him next week, which is tonight. And when Paul responded to Logan about who it could have been on the phone, he said that Pierce just got a call from the one guy you don't want to get a call from. He said not even Triple H would want to get that call. Matt, who was on that phone, Matt?
My biggest fear is that it's The Rock. That's my biggest fear. Because it's going to be, here this dude is again. 3rd year in a row, he's going to forcefully cog himself into the plans of WrestleMania, which is already looking that way because this happened last year and the year before. WrestleMania plans changed right around the new year, right around this time of January, December, as we're leading into the Rumble. And then on the other side of it, here comes The Rock. My number one answer is it's the Steiners. In the fact that thinking of
really?
Thinking in a
I haven't heard that. Have you heard other people say that?
No, it's fresh right here in my brain. That's why I'm one of the best.
Man, I love it. And you're giving it to us, bro. You're the champ.
That's why I'm one of the best bookers in wrestling history. People just
bro, you're shooting like a 96%. Yeah.
Because you gotta think of it in a Paul Heyman kind of way. Paul Heyman likes power and intimidation. If he's lost essentially the power, and his group is built there to intimidate. What two more people in the history of wrestling outside of that Samoan dynasty family are more intimidating than the Steiners? Think about it. Imagine they called up Pierce because Scott's been active on Twitter, and I'm pretty sure Rick won't be because he's just older. But Scott's been active on Twitter. All these podcasts interact within the world and universe of professional wrestling. Imagine they say, you got a call from the Steiners, and we're pretty sure you don't want no problems, Adam. Because don't forget, you've got skin in the game too. You're a professional wrestler. Why don't you get in the ring with our boy if it's such a big problem? If you think you can just put hands on my nephew, if you think you just put hands on my son, what's the big deal, man? It seems like you've got a problem with the Steiners. And if the Steiners know one thing, it's know how to whoop ass and win belts. So that was my belief. And like I said, and my biggest fear is that it's The Rock. I would, if it's somehow, some way, we get some kind of cameo from The Rock, or The Rock shows up Saturday, it's gonna be another one of these years of why is this dude constantly in the way? But yeah, my booking, it's one of the Steiners, or maybe it is that rumor of it's Chris Jericho in a general manager role that eventually takes over for Pierce. Who's to say?
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that it's exciting a lot of people about the potential of it, right? I loved your booking, by the way. I do. I want to see the Steiners integrated. I want to see this. Like, I don't know if they're waiting on it, and that I could understand. Or if there's like literally no plans and they don't want anything to do with them. That would be so frustrating. I can't imagine that. I think if Braun,
radical dudes to trust. Because
that is very true. Very true.
A couple years ago. So it's like, Remember, they had a sign of Scott Steiner, or was it Rick? They were like, "Do not let this man in here because they're gonna fuck him right as hell."
Yeah, no shit, right?
I'm
Yeah,
saying,
it
like,
would be
those are,
really
like,
hard to
those
trust
are
they wouldn't
true,
go into
like,
business for
dogs.
themselves.
That's like your friend's dog that they say don't bite, but he looks super fucking intimidating. So you keep your eye on him, like you sit facing that dog
Hey,
all the time,
that's
and don't let that
that's
dog.
this bitch right here, bro. That's this bitch right here. All right. She bit my fucking 80-year-old grandpa, the sweetest man in the world. She bit him. And I mean, it didn't like she didn't leave marks, but the only 4 people she's bit in her whole life, 3 of them were children, like under the age of 3. And like that's the other thing, she's a sweetheart with everyone else, except for my grandfather and children. But I want to present this to you here, okay?
Let's see.
The idea that it could be Nick Khan. Now, I know what that sounds like. I know you're going, I already know, and I don't blame you, but let me just say it like this, okay?
Rather be Vince.
That would be sick. Here's the thing. I don't mind booking at Vince. I just don't think he's coming back.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll let him back. Or I think if they do, it'll be like a Hall of Fame sort of situation, but certainly not in a, active role. But that would be sick though. That would be dope. But anyway, it's not that I want it to be Nick Khan, but here's what I do want. I want WWE to understand the optics, right? The reason Stone Cold ended up being the defining character and him and Vince were the defining program that won the Monday Night Wars. And that's not to take away from the Undertaker or the Rock or Mankind, none of that. They all had a participating, thing, but the NWO was the crux of WCW in the same way that Stone Cold and Vince were the crux of WWF. And that won the Monday Night Wars. And the reason that won the Monday Night Wars was exactly what ended up launching the Attitude Era and basically infecting all of wrestling forever and now. And that is the destruction of the fourth wall. See, when I was a kid, Vince McMahon was a commentator, right? I didn't know he had anything to do with the business. Didn't know he was the owner. Didn't know he was the booker. Had no clue. I thought he was the scrawny little dweeb who was the good guy commentator to whatever bad guy commentator was there. R.I.P. Bobby the Brain Heenan. He was the GOAT. That said, once we learned Vince was that guy, and once the story began to not just acknowledge it, but lean into the idea of, the wrestler, right, versus the company, that cemented the WWE's legacy. That cemented their place in the history of storytelling. It's been a long time since we've had an authority figure, right? But the reason that failed was because that authority figure tried to be a character, right? And it was in the form of like Stephanie and Triple H and Stephanie and Triple H and Stephanie and Triple H and a whole bunch of other cast members, Corporate Kane. That was terrible. But ultimately what we ended up getting was a watered down version of what we ended up getting the first time. And what I'm suggesting is that we make it Nick Khan because we have to introduce this narrative that once again, the WWE fans aren't stupid. When Vince came out and created the Attitude Era shortly after the, Brett stuff, he said, "We're tired of lying to the fans. We think you want something real and we're going to give it to you." And they fucking did. And I think now's the time to reestablish that and say, you're not fucking idiots. We hear the Saudi blood shit. We hear all the fucking crazy stuff that y'all are posting about Logan Paul in Japan and all that stuff. We hear it, right? You don't have to acknowledge it. You don't lean into those storylines. Of course not. But the idea that you can somehow continue a successful WWE program at the highest levels without acknowledging the fact that the biggest program this decade was the Cody Rock shit, which established clear parameters that the bosses are the bad guys and the wrestlers are the good guys. And any wrestler that sides with corporate is a bad guy. Those are clear and simple. And we have to get back to that.
Think about this. You said the biggest program was Cody and The Rock, not even Cody and Roman, who he had the more matches with. and we never saw a follow up to what happened with Cody and The Rock.
God damn it, I hate you.
Nothing
You're
ever
so
came
good.
from it. That's the problem. And I see why you want to lean that way, because that's, you want to let the people in on the joke, or
Yes.
you want to show them
I
how
like the way you
magic
put that.
trick is done, but you're still gonna like the magic trick. The thing is the way they're gonna do it. I don't think, especially watching this season of Unreal, good God, but I don't think they have the mind to allow them to do that. Because I see what you're saying. Because like my angle on it would have been like, okay, be like, hey, like, you guys, we see what you guys are saying. Y'all don't like the Rumble in Saudi. Y'all don't like Mania going over there. Well, guess what? They're the only crowd showing up. Why do you think we stopped doing house shows? Why do you think we stopped going to MSG? You guys aren't here. You guys are just sitting here going through the motions like a wife that doesn't love us anymore. Why would we give you the show? Saudi wants the show. France wants the show. Ireland wants the show. Hell, we're trying to go to Japan, even though Logan Paul can't fucking go. But we're still going to go because somebody's going to pay for the show. And to me, that should have been their angle. That should be their angle of like, look, we're going to give y'all one more chance. We'll bring back some house shows, but you guys got to show up outside of buying your tickets. Because if you look at what they're doing, it's kind of what they're doing. Like, bro, they haven't been to Lubbock in years, and they're back in my neck of the woods.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the joke has truth. So it's like somebody is going to pay for it. Saudi will pay for it. France will pay for it. Germany will pay for a fucking show. All these international markets will pay for a show. We don't have to stay where we're not wanted.
Here's the thing.
Go ahead.
You're right. I'll take the L on this one, because here's the thing, right? I don't ever want this show to be me trying to convince everybody I'm right. I would rather this show be a collective effort to get to, a truth. And you're right. They're doing big business. Why even attempt to mess with the metrics? What birthed the Stone Cold Vince stuff was desperation. Vince was losing the Monday Night Wars. The company was headed towards downgrading to a regional company. This is all fact, okay? And the tide turned because Vince got desperate. The show got edgier, right? But today, the product exists almost like a Disney sort of product, right? Where they're trying to rope in as many eyes as they can and trying to convert as many casuals as they can.
Yeah.
And you don't have to do anything desperate when you're winning. When you're on top, when you're winning the race by such a far, leg length, I don't know what they use, but when you're yards and yards and yards away from your competition, you don't have to start, running backwards or doing backflips or you don't gotta all of a sudden turn the jets on. Exactly. That said though, let me ask you, we're headed to Royal Rumble this week. The road to WrestleMania begins. Do you feel it right now? Does it feel like there could be something big or WrestleMania worthy on the way?
Not fully, because I want to see the new direction that they take getting to WrestleMania now that, Drew McIntyre is the champion. Things seem uncertain with a Braun Breaker to where, is he the favorite to win it, or are we leaning back to Roman? If Cody doesn't have a belt, Roman said he's coming back for one of the belts. Do you move him to the one-on-one match with Punk? And it seems to me this year there's not much interest in the women's Royal Rumble to me.
Man, zero, dude. Zero.
Because even if you look at what's rumored and what they're spitting out there, how many times have we seen the combination of Rhea and Io and Bianca and Jade? Like that was all of last year, and you're still giving it to me this year. I think there's a lot of things that could be built off this launching pad, and there's things that I want, obviously, but to me, it's hard to say what's going to be WrestleMania worthy. coming out of this PLE this weekend.
That's a very fair point. That's a very fair point. Here's what Mex said. He said, I wouldn't say that was due to desperation. He's referring to the Stone Cold Vince stuff. They were desperate, but they stumbled across a gem. But see, the point I'm making is that there was
rough.
But the point I'm making is that there was a clear point where Vince said the direction that's going this way is now going to turn this way towards the edgier. Right. And Stone Cold was the crux of all of that. So it's not that they stumbled onto it. Yes, they stumbled onto a gem. Sure.
They did, because
a gem would have never. Here's what I'm trying to say. Yes, they stumbled.
I wasn't going to be Stone Cold. Remember, that was going to be Triple H.
Oh, that's a fair point too. Yes. Okay. That's a fair point. But listen, the point I'm trying to make is they stumbled onto a gem in a place that they never would have been digging in the first place hadn't they been so desperate, right? That Stone Cold Vince angle never exists unless Vince finds himself in such a desperate position where he feels the need to just knock down the fourth wall. I mean, he didn't like fully knock it down, but he definitely knocked it down far more than anyone had to that point.
He brought it down enough. I wouldn't say he fully knocked it down, because people had the primrose glasses on to where you didn't know what was real and what wasn't real. Because yes, they went edgier and they had all these other things happening, but like you weren't focused on like fucking Mark Merrill's matches and Goldust doing crazy shit with Sable in the beginning. We were all paying attention to Stone Cold Steve Austin. We were all paying attention to The Rock and DX.
Well said, dude. That's a good point. By the way, whatever you did, your mic fixed it.
Yeah. And then
I want to make. Go ahead. My bad.
And then, like I said, like I was going to say, WCW kind of started doing what AEW is doing a little bit now and not focusing on the young stars they started building in the first place. Because you got to remember, once they started losing like the Jerichos and once they started losing the Benoits and the Guerreros, the Cruiserweight division, essentially, that's when the attention really shifted, because the guys we wanted to see go to the other show. I think. Yeah, he makes the better point right there. The crowd really knocked it down more because of the screw job. And then you had the events like the screw job, you had the events like the curtain call. And that was in the prime era of what is it called? Not like the chat rooms, but just people doing the insider stuff. A real primal era of the insiders, of people writing the dirt sheets and writing magazines. And you had not only that, Vince Russo was literally saying this stuff I'm looking back on it now, and Vince Russo was writing the shit in the magazine. I have some of these magazines from the 90s, and Vince Russo was kind of saying it. And if you go back and watch it, a lot of these, and you go back and watch like not the show, but the histories and the stories they tell these shows, a lot of this stuff is what was going on. It's kind of there.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And I want to make it clear too. I think you're right about where WWE's at and why they would or wouldn't pull a trigger on certain things, right? I don't think that that's the right way of looking at it systematically from a storyline, right? Because like at this point, the big bad is Paul Heyman and this like younger group. And so for you to venture down this road with the idea that you can continue to lean on the biggest stars in the world, I think it's not a game plan that can be sustained. And I also think that there's some real truth to whatever heat may or may not be going around with Trips and Roman. Now, I want to make this very clear. The only people that really reported this was Slice Wrestling. If you know who Slice Wrestling is, then you know that this isn't, a website you should really take. But exactly, take with a grain of salt. Thank you. But the story was that the Triple H side of WWE is beefing with the Roman side of WWE, and the Roman side contains Paul Heyman, who's more of an active voice, and his voice means more today than I think it ever did when it comes to the top of the card. And it is Nick Khan, right? And The Rock. And that means also Ari Emanuel. So you have the TKO side versus the WWE side, the guys that are there every week putting on this show, right? Getting it set, like building these narratives. I don't think Triple H loves the fact that Roman's just not coming in, right? I just don't think that he loves the idea that Roman is expecting some primo WrestleMania spot without being there to put in the heavy lifting work to make it work, you know, to make it actually big. And so I want to make this clear. I don't buy this story fully. I don't think that's what's going on, that there's some civil war internally in TKO and it's being, you know, pulled apart. Not at all. But I do think that there is a serious divide from a narrative standpoint between what Roman may believe to be the best way to go for this year's WrestleMania and what Triple H has been setting up or plans, right? Sami Zayn, again, is the guy who's supposed to be the underdog going for the WWE title. We saw this last year, right? Right after WrestleMania, and they ditched it. And so I don't know. I don't know what ends up happening. Does Ari Emanuel make another call in February and say, we got to pump up the juice on this shit?
That's what I'm worried about. Is the think about this. There's only been one person they've established as a higher power that can show up on TV, and that's The Rock. And that's not what I want, because if you look at the history, just these last 3 years, since WrestleMania 40 to now, even early on WrestleMania 39, because they were trying to set it up then, The Rock has been in the way, and The Rock has been the cause of changes to where he helps captain these ships, and then he leaves them adrift because he's gone. And he loses.
Next, I want to respond to you too.
Either he loses interest, or it doesn't go his way. And I would, that's just my main problem, is they're gonna go to the casual face. The biggest face that the casuals know is The Rock. I can put The Rock, because The Rock will go and talk to all these people. The Rock will go do late night shows. The Rock will go do McAfee and First Take. The Rock will go on whatever political news company they're affiliated with. He'll go on all these shows just to promote a match he's not going to be a part of. But it's going to make it seem like he created it, he did it, and he's a genius. He's got The Rock has a real Eric Bischoff mentality, but like the Eric Bischoff of now, not like the Eric Bischoff that was actually smartly doing things back in the day. That he's just this fucking super genius, and everything is so great, and professional wrestling, we're all a part of this amazing,
brotherhood,
flywheel of things, that the business is just so beautiful, blah, 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 blah. Like, who fucking gives a fuck, dude? If they do something like this, I'm going to lose faith in them again.
Yeah.
And especially if they give Sami Zayn the fucking title on Saturday. Like, I've established this already. If it's like the Orange Cassidy rule, they teased Orange Cassidy as an underdog about to win the title. If this man wins the title, I'm done with that belt and that show. Because it's stupid.
Whoa. Those are huge, huge statements. Listen,
I told you, what kind of underdog is he? If he, like, look at his record from last year to now, when he lost, or when he lost to Roman to now.
Yeah, no, I
that.
I have a huge problem with how WWE tries to put people over after months of just shitty booking, right? Like Maxine Dupree was like a perfect example. Her underdog story worked in her favor, but then they tried to make her not the underdog and yet didn't change a single aspect of her in-ring performance. So like none of the like hardcore like dungeon MMA shit that we saw, like none of that translated to the ring, not at all, right?
Otis and Tozawa and doing
exactly
alpha, whatever the hell. Still,
you can't be thought of as a comedy act, right? And then all of a sudden you're serious. That's not how it works. But I do real quick want to respond to Mex real quick in this. He says, I don't buy this story at all. Triple H has an old school mindset. He fully understands what an attraction is. And I'm not disagreeing at all or debating. What I do want to ask Mex, though, to respond to is, do you think then by that mindset, Drew McIntyre is the champion come WrestleMania? And if so, what is the attraction that you book for him at Mania? I'm interested what you would think. Again, not as a debate, because I don't think you're wrong about what you said. Just more of that's what's been my problem, right? Because if you're Triple H and you're building this story around Drew, first of all, my biggest problem with Drew or with Sammy winning the title would be Drew losing it so quickly after all of what you just did, right? Like, it just makes no sense to me. But aside from that, if we just drop that belt back to Cody before WrestleMania, I'm sorry, it is just the biggest limp dick move you could ever imagine. I think,
can't start
honestly,
playing hot potato with the world.
no, you can't. You can't. Exactly. Well said. And for so many people that had a problem with Roman's long reign, I think it's worth reminding them what it was like during that time when it was being played hot potato with. You know what I mean? It's not a sort of booking you can sustain. It doesn't really help anyone. You know what I mean? When all like at some point the shock wears off, right? And then it's like
Kane, and then Stone Cold rematches him the next day. It's nothing like that. Those are two more interesting people that you believably could see passing the title back and forth, because one was just an amazing force being controlled by a heel manager, and the other one was Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yo, I like that, Mex. I do. He said it's hard to call, but maybe Brock Drew too to give him the win over Brock in front of a crowd. Here's the thing I'll say. Don't hate that. And that is a very good, I didn't even think of that match. And that is a quality Mania match with Drew as champion. I will give you that. My only thing is I don't think they'd have Drew beat Brock only because I think they brought Brock back with the whole intention to have him, getting beat by the next big, you know what I mean? And I think Gunther's most likely to do it. I mean, it could change, I'm sure, but he seems like he's being positioned to do it. So, I don't think you beat Brock before that SummerSlam, date that they keep talking about. But that said, that's a good booking though. Matt, Final Four this weekend's Royal Rumble. Are you ready to even call it, dude? Like, I feel like I need to watch Raw to even have a guess of who it could be.
I can take a shot in the dark right now.
Go for it.
I think your Final Four, you're looking at Roman, Cody. You're looking at Braun. Yeah, Cody, Roman, Braun Breaker, and Jacob Fatu.
Oh, yeah. I can see that.
I think that's my Final Four of the men's Royal Rumble. And I think your Iron Man. Ooh, if I was to call.
Ooh, good call. Thank you for that. Who's this year's Iron Man?
I think your Iron Man this year. Man, that's tough. I literally had one in my mind when I brought it up, but I'm stumbling on it now. If I was to pick an Iron Man for the Royal Rumble, I think it's going to be Austin Theory. Just to bring him back, get him to be a little more serious and pump up that character a bit. Austin Theory, with the help of the Vision, is your Iron Man this year.
I can see that. I can definitely see that. You know who I thought of? Obafemi. I think that if you come in and you establish him in the Rumble, automatically casual fans, right, who aren't as familiar with him,
maybe let him
start thinking Kane. They start thinking Roman. They start thinking Stone. You know what I mean? They start thinking of all the guys that have played that Iron Man role. And so I like that. Mex comes in and he says Jacob Fatu, Jimmy Uso, Brock, and Braun. I love everyone in there except Jimmy. I doubt Jimmy is going to be in that list, but Brock is a very interesting pick. Very interesting. Iron Man is going to be Penta. Oh, Mex. I like that one. That could be a good one.
That's a good one. I like that.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I don't know, man. All I know is that tonight's Raw has got to be, they have to establish some sort of angle, right? Like that's exactly what they would do any other time, but I think it's more important now for two reasons. One, there's been little push towards this. I really think this Saturday night main event did more harm than good to the Royal Rumble. And then the other aspect of it is we're on ESPN, right? This is the big leagues now. ESPN is not going to allow WWE to just shit the bed, right? And this Royal Rumble being in Saudi and having to get fans conditioned to tune in at a certain time to the big 4 PLEs ready to make an adjustment and watch in the afternoon. WWE doesn't give a shit anymore, right? Because it's all, you can watch it anytime you want. But that said, how many people on a fight night that has UFC, Xander Zayas, Ring 6,
what?
When will the casual fan tune into the Rumble? You know what I mean?
Remember, this is in the middle of the day. This is 1 o'clock our time.
Exactly. It's a tough call, dude. I think it's a really tough call to say.
And what's weird, you brought up ESPN, bro. I was expecting something today, at least. Like even watching even more commercials or somebody doing like a sit-in somewhere.
Something, dude. Somewhere. Oh my God, good call, right?
I mean, maybe like I said, they got a couple days. People can call in via satellite, or they can send somebody to go, shake babies.
Oh no, I'm sure they will. They better, dude. That's such a big law. I mean, there's no way. There's no way we don't get ESPN promos by the end of the week.
Yeah.
Listen, Matt. I'm gonna let you go. I appreciate you rocking out with us. We're gonna do the Raw watch along if you want to tap in at any point. But you gave me that hour, champ, and I appreciate it.
Hey, no doubt, bro. Shout out to you letting me on and collab. Shout out to everybody in my chat, in your chat, everybody over at Talking About with Matt Garces. Just as a cheap plug, we will be live tomorrow recapping the championship round of the NFL playoffs. Lots of news, especially in college football with this bullshit they're pulling with Notre Dame. Lots of news. We're going to recap the UFC fights. We're going to try to coach my guy up on some boxing tomorrow, which this helped him today. Appreciate you, Mario. But yeah, youtube.com/talking about radio. Come tune in with me. Make sure everybody that's over here, all you guys, I see you in my chat too. Make sure you do come subscribe over here to our friends at Infighting FX with Mario.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, over there rocking out on the opposite end of Texas. Mario, appreciate you having me on, bro. I will be back.
Champ. You're the champ, Machine Gun. Hell yeah. Appreciate it. That was Machine Gun Matt. You can follow him at, again, as he said, Talking About Radio, where they are always talking about wrestling, talking about boxing, talking about MMA, talking about football, basketball, baseball, all sports. And yeah, my man's been a hybrid fan for a very, very long time. So, shout out to him, doing that. So appreciate everybody who's hit the sub. Shout out to Kenny. Shout out to Ryan from the 6. Appreciate you. Tapped in, champ. Appreciate Jody for the sub. Thank you. I don't know why TikTok dropped. I think it's because it's on the phone. Like I'm not live the way that I'm live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, IG. It's like a separate thing. So I think what ends up happening is because my mic is external and it's connected, it doesn't register like the mic on my phone is being used. And if I'm not giving direct eye contact to the phone, I think it just drops. Like I'm pretty sure that's what happens, because every time I try to go live to do a watch along on all platforms, TikTok always drops and it always says like, you've been inactive for 10 minutes or some weird shit. And I'm like, I've been live this whole time. I'm in front of the camera. Like, what's it not picking up? So I even got one of those fucking holders that follows your eyes and stuff. So hopefully it'll change. I just didn't set it up right now, but no haircut tomorrow, hopefully, but whatever. Mech said, how many surprises are we getting in Saudi, Mario? And how big of a name will we get? Okay. I don't think we're going to get any big names on Saturday in Saudi. I think the big names are going to come before that. There was a story that was in, I think it was Fightful, I can't remember, but they had said that because there's so much red tape and there's so much like documentation that has to go through before you're able to fly to Saudi, there's no way that they wouldn't have a list of guys that are supposed to be surprise entrants. So there's a idea that tonight's Raw and SmackDown on Friday will both unveil big names. I hate it. I hope that's not what happens. I really hope that the big names are safe for the Rumble, even if it's a situation where people are going to spoil it online. I'd rather be there, that nuanced idea, like maybe they use them, maybe they don't, whatever. All I know is that to take out the surprise factor in a Rumble is such a disappointing thing. Like, of course, Diesel isn't going to win the Rumble in like 2015 or 14 or whenever it was. Of course, Bubba Ray Dudley isn't going to win the Rumble just because it's in Philadelphia that year. Like, of course, these like little surprise guys, they're never going to win. AJ Styles, he did not have a chance of winning his debut Rumble. But all of that adds to the match. It adds to the excitement, right? And they've conditioned us for the last several years to expect anything and everything. I mean, the fact that we got TNA people in the last few Rumbles, that was a huge deal. Yeah, dude. And I hate the spoilers. And, this is where you and I very much agree on the IWC, right? Like, I don't like when it comes to like comic books and stuff, there's this respect in the community, right? If you're going to go see Avengers Doomsday, you're not spoiling it for people. That's the assholes that do that, right? And the assholes are actually far and few between when it comes to like the overall community of like those kinds of movies, like comic book movies and stuff like that. Harry Potter, book franchises like what was it? Twilight? Yeah, Twilight. That's how it kind of works. And so they make it spoiler free so you can enjoy the content, but it's like journalists in wrestling believe that journalism is telling you what happened, in a wrestling event. And I get it. Some people want to see the spoilers. That's cool. But I feel like it shouldn't be like mainstream news in wrestling, right? The biggest wrestling companies in the world, the biggest wrestling media companies in the world, like they shouldn't make their main stories like just these things that ruin surprises for us. Like that's exactly what it is. Who's even a name that we'd want to see? Yeah, no shit, right? That's a really good point, dude. Honestly, that's a really good point. What about this storyline? AJ Styles loses to Gunther. Okay. So now he's gone from the company. But before that loss, he was entered into the Royal Rumble, and that contract supersedes his retirement. So he can't retire until after the Rumble, wins the Rumble, and now he has only one chance to remain in the company, and that is to win the title at WrestleMania. And that way, the title and him holding it is literally associated with his retirement. So the moment he drops the belt, he has to leave the company forever. I don't know. I don't think it's terrible. I just don't think they think of AJ Styles as a night 1, night 2 headliner. Not without like a triple threat that involves Cody and or Roman and or Seth, which obviously he's hurt, but yeah, I don't think that's going to be the thing. I'd like to see Adam Pearce and Aldis get in some ring time. Dude, you're so right. You're so right about this, dude, because we've seen this battle between Adam Pearce and Braun Breaker, and really it's been Adam Pearce and Paul Heyman. But we've seen this thing and it escalated to physicality again, by the way. This is all playing towards a showdown. And, Mex, I know you're an old school guy like me, and that when they have when they have a storyline like that, you assume that something's going to come from it, you know? And look, I would like to see, honestly, I'd like to see Aldis wrestle. I always liked him. I always thought he was solid at NWA. I thought he was a good wrestler. But I think there's much more excitement between the idea of like Adam Pearce versus, you know, the Vision. It could be also a thing where they do like you pick like your champion, like a Game of Thrones thing. But I think Pierce should get involved physically. I think that would be good. They would have AJ win the Rumble and for some stupid ass reason challenge for the TNA title. Yo, that would break the internet. Oh my god, dude, that would be oh man, it wouldn't even be funny. That would just be heartbreaking. Oh shit. All right, guys, we're gonna get ready for a little Monday Night Raw action. I'm gonna set up, so give me a second, Mario. So I'm saying, I know you have heard the rumors. If there was anywhere to pull off a Vince return, it is in Saudi. I would 100% agree with that, dude. Like, if that guy's not going to get booed anywhere, it's going to be in front of a bunch of, not going to say it, I'm going to say Saudi residents that will be in the building that night. That's what I'm going to say. He'd never get booed in front of the Saudi fans. I don't think. No way. No way. You're right. If it would happen, that would be the place to happen. That said, again, I don't think they bring Vince back. I think the way they see it is it's like a all risk, low reward. Because you said it earlier. I meant to highlight it, Max. Let me go back and see if I can find it. You said it earlier. You said like beyond a giant pop, which it would obviously be a giant pop. What do we gain from it? Absolutely nothing. Huh? Hold up. I'm going to go mute real quick. All right, we're a little behind, but we'll catch up. We got AJ Styles, the phenomenal one, and really the main reason to watch the Royal Rumble this weekend. Oh shit, my bad. Yeah, he's looking super jacked right now, dude. That's for certain. Hold on, I'm gonna go fill up the Zenko real quick. I'll be right back. All right, guys. AJ Styles is receiving a phenomenal ovation. But right, guys? You get it? Phenomenal. Yay. Yo, are they screaming "fuck you, Gunther"? Uh-oh, he's calling his shot for the Rumble. That's a risky move. Hey, what are you doing? All right, here comes CM Punk. Let's see what he has to say. But a personality. I'm a cult of personality. The hell, they can't be friends. Don't be kissing. The hell? Yo, AJ is crazy jack for his age, dude. And that shows you just how much, like, just how hard this job is still on his body. Like, to be able to look like that at his age, you understand how much more effort you have to put in. It'd be selfish for me to want him to go to AEW after this year for even a 6-month run. It would be super selfish. He deserves to retire, dude. That guy gave every promotion his best. They're like, no, it's fucking cold. Dude, that would be crazy if I called it right back. Wait, so what's happening? Are they gonna have a match tonight? But it's like, oh man. Why wasn't AJ always at the top of the card? Wait, what the hell? I didn't go back nearly far enough. Bro, what if they're setting all this up to just kick us in the dick with the Gunther shit again? Oh, that would be sick. I feel like such a hypocrite now. I shit all over it with Cena, and now I don't want AJ to retire. I mean, I want to see Punk and AJ. Yo, the crowd is going nuts, dude. I mean, he's clearly not going to win the title, but yay. What do you see? Fucking cults of personality. Here's what I would have done, right? Because it's like, well, if Punk can just give out title matches, then like, what's the point of the Royal Rumble? You know what I mean? So this is what I would have done. I would have had Adam Pearce interrupt and then be like, guys, this can't happen. I mean, the best I could do is make this a number one contenders match, and even that's going to be tough to sell. And then everybody's like, oh, title match. And it does two things. One, it gives AJ an out just like I said earlier, that Matt was gracious enough to remind us, my booking earlier was that Gunther beat AJ, but contractually AJ has to compete in the Rumble because that predated the contract for Gunther. So he's technically not retired until after the Royal Rumble, wins the match, and now has to contractually compete at WrestleMania. Literally can't wrestle any other time. That'll be the storyline. Or a bunch of unsanctioned matches. That would be dope. Like they don't count, as a win or a loss. They're just badass matches that he could go on like a run till Mania with. By the way, shout out to that Nakamura and AJ Styles match. Holy hell, was that a banger, bro? That was a banger of all bangers, and it went off like gangbusters, dude. I'm sorry. It was so good. But you know what was sad about it, though? You know what was sad about it? Nakamura hadn't looked that good in years. And I'm not saying Nakamura isn't good. I think that the bigger issue in that is that he hasn't been giving solid booking in a long time. I almost forgot how much that AJ Styles Nakamura feud hit until the match was made again and we started getting all the recaps. But yeah, shout out to AJ Styles Nakamura. That was a great match. That was the best match on the card. But that tag match with Liv Morgan, Roxanne Perez, and Rio was really good. It was really good. I enjoyed it very much. I didn't like the ending. That ruined it. I mean, not ruined it, but it definitely brought it down a notch. And here's the reason it was so bad. Raquel had been kept away from Liv and Roxanne, and now I'm guessing. I mean, I always thought it was systematic, but it sure was systematic. And I think that they thought it would be like a more big, like, to me, it just made no sense that Raquel was ever out of the, like, why wasn't she with the Judgment Day, and why weren't they with her, but yeah, it was weird. You use the tag match to get over Stephanie Vaquer and Raquel Rodriguez, or actually not get over Stephanie Vaquer and Raquel Rodriguez. It's funny that Saturday night main events is becoming known as the place where careers go to die. Goldberg and John Cena. But it would behoove me to believe that they would do that to AJ Styles. Not that they wouldn't, but I just don't think that the Peacock company is, or the Peacock app is getting any more like big matches, or like big not big matches, but big angles, right? Like the Jacob Fatu Cody match was never going to have an ending, and but it surprised me that it never even had a beginning. And that goes to show you just how low stakes anything on Peacock is right now, and probably forever. Oh, I just missed the Royal Rumble rider times. Let me see. Countdown's going to start Saturday at 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 Central Time, and then Royal Rumble's going to start at 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central Time, 11 a.m. Pacific Time, and then the post show will just be right after on ESPN. Wow, that's cool. ESPN with the post show. It's got to be like from Saudi, right? But I wonder, is it going to be like WWE people doing it? Like the post show we're used to seeing is just going to be on ESPN? Because if I could choose, I'd rather it be an ESPN, like an ESPN match. I mean, like an ESPN broadcast. I mean, the post show. I mean, all right, we got to catch up. So I fast forward through the entrances, even though they all look fire. Damn, EO is super over, bro. I don't want to sound like weird when I say this, but she's so like adorable. I can't even imagine booing EO Sky. Like there's nothing she could do. Like she could shit on a dead relative grave of mine, and I would just be like, "Oh, look adorable. It's like rabbit poop." And I wouldn't even care. She's just like, I don't know, she's just too adorable. Like she's too little sis. You know what I mean? That's the vibe. And there's like no way you could make a heel out of that. This is a stupid move that Raquel does. Like, are you trying to get an ab workout in at the same time you're dishing out pain? Like, why are you doing toe touches as you deliver the elbow? So they just announced that the world heavyweight title will once again be on the line tonight. I love it. I love it. I do. I don't know if it's like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to really even put this into words, but I just think that like what you did with SmackDown was really good. So good. That title change wasn't expected, kind of came out of nowhere. And it did and it didn't really. But then you have this situation now where you're on Raw and you're going to get two basically badass matches. Like, does anybody right now believe that AJ and Punk aren't going to give us a good match at least? I think, that's for sure, I think. But the Finn Balor match was amazing. Despite losing, he looked like $1 million in the match. And for all the CM Punk, is a shell of himself, he, He wanted to go. He wanted to go, and he wanted to make Finn look good, and he did those things and himself in the process. So that was a big match. That was a great match. But nobody ever believed Finn Balor was winning the title, right? I can't believe anybody would assume that AJ is winning the title tonight, especially with the Royal Rumble this weekend. It's like, it's not just important to have a story going into the Rumble and winning it, right? Like Cody and Jay and now Sammy. It's also important to have that dragon that needs to be slayed, right? When it came down to like Cody slaying Roman, before that Roman slaying Brock, and before that there were Hogan's and Cena's, and you could argue that Shawn Michaels was never as good as Bret Hart as a fighter, really. He was physically dominating over Shawn, right? He could break Shawn in half in real life if he wanted to. And we know that. And so it was important for Shawn to slay that dragon, even though Bret didn't represent this like much bigger man from an attribute standpoint. He did have that thing that Shawn didn't, right? Like Shawn was a complete wrestler. Okay. But the one thing he didn't have was that real intimidation factor, that believability. I saw a clip earlier today where they said Shawn Michaels shit his pants when Mark Henry, threatened to beat him up. And that was because he had Sid and Razor there. They were all there. Sid was like huffing and puffing, and Mark was like, bro, Shawn, they're going to be the first to run when I break you in half. Like he literally said that. He was like, this guy, Sid, this guy right here huffing and puffing, this guy's going to be the first to run when he sees what I do to you, and obviously Mark Henry is not like, who wouldn't be afraid of Mark Henry, right? But I'm just saying that Shawn got bitched a lot. Oh shit. I think somebody was supposed to, or let me say this. I think Stephanie thought somebody was supposed to break that pin because, dude, that was like a very close 3. I can't tell who they're cheering for. What the hell? Liv's going under the ring? Are they going to not acknowledge that we just saw Liv go under the ring? The hell? The whole point that she did that was for the ref not to see. Big Daddy cool. Big Mommy cool. Oh shit, Rhea's on the top. Oh fuck, dude. Rhea just missile drop kicked Raquel Rodriguez out of the ring. Jesus Christ, dude. She's super big to take a missile drop kick from. That probably felt like a fucking Tesla truck hitting you. Ooh, the referee lost his earpiece. Better get your earpiece, ref. Wow, Roxanne was actually handling herself. Oof, big boot. Big boot from Raquel. I wonder, sometimes she looks really stiff. I wonder if she's ever had heat. Oh, shit, bro. I don't think I've ever seen a woman pick up someone like that. Maybe China years back, maybe Beth Phoenix, but she basically just got her into the power bomb position in the hardest way. She deadlifted her. Oh my god. It looked like Steph just slipped just a little, but she made contact. She almost shorted it. Roxanne looks like she got the tag, I think. Ooh. Roxanne just took out the knee. Nice. Roxanne's been looking really good lately. Oh, Rhea caught. Oh, damn. Io Sky out of nowhere. Io, you're celebrating. Oh, dude. Rhea is such a beast. Good God. The Riptide is over. 1, 2, 3. All right, fast forwarding through the recap of Finn Balor and CM Punk. Okay, here we go. Is Finn Balor going to be turning face today? No, I don't think so. But I could see it at the Rumble. Maybe he eliminates. I don't know. That's some face words there. Me and you. Damn. Punk told him to ditch Judgment Day. Oh boy. I would love. Here's the thing. I would love to believe that Finn has a shot at the Rumble. I want to believe that. I desperately want to believe that Finn has a shot at the Rumble, but he doesn't. And here comes the Vision. All right, looks like we are getting the time to play the game. I can't imagine a more boring upgrade. I am excited about that Monday Night Wars edition. That looks cool. Yo, I appreciate it. If anybody hasn't hit the sub already, please do that. Hit the follow, hit the like, retweet, reshare, repost. All those things help. Appreciate it. The Scotia Bank Arena. Ah, you guys are Nova Scotia, eh? That's not the word, or that's not the thing. Ladies and gentlemen. Damn, they're booing the shit out of Paul. He's got amazing heat right now. Although I will say, from the look of the crowd in the back, it doesn't really seem like very many people are booing. Is this piped in? And now they all scream the Paul Heyman thing. Come on. Yo, Braun looks like a killer, bro. Those are the dudes that I used to see when I was just like a little kid, following my uncle or my cousins into the gym, and I'd see these gym rats that were like 280 to 300 pounds of just fucking muscle with black hoodie on over, black sweatpants, black shoes, just clanking and banking, clanking the medals and banking the reps, clanking and banking. What the hell did that mean? He's like, I don't know. Where the fuck did those brass knuckles come from? I don't know. Hilarious. Paul called up Ray a deadbeat dad. Hilarious. It's hilarious because he's clearly not, right? We get that. Dom's a piece of shit kid. Anybody would know that Dom's the piece of shit kid. Ray's a sweetheart. All right. This was way too long to get to Adam Pearce coming out. Way too long. You know what? Bring back GM entrances, right? Like didn't Teddy Long have a entrance? Like every person had an entrance. Let's give Adam Pearce a fucking GM entrance. Braun's in the Rumble. Wait, so is like there you go. There you go, Matt. Your Iron Horse has been activated. I mean, I guess we're going to ignore all the other times that the camera caught these guys using the brass knuckles. Whatevs. The bad guys won? No other shoe drops? All right. Adam Pearce just bent over, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Pearce just got demoralized in this segment. Whoever called him put the fear of God into that bald-headed man. He wears that bald head well. That wasn't a shot. He wears that bald head well. And there are very few men and women who can pull off a bald head. He does it well. But whoever called him put the fear of God into him. It could be The Rock. I think it could be The Rock. Sure. Definitely not Jericho. Here's the thing. I like Matt's booking of it being like one of the Steiners or both of the Steiners. And basically they're like, we're going to start showing up if you don't let him in. And it's like, oh God, we don't want these fucking guys in the building. Let's go ahead and let Braun back in. I don't think it's going to be that. I think that there is a level of trust the Steiners currently don't have when it comes to using them storyline wise. I do believe that as Braun Breaker's profile rises, there is an increasing chance they'll be brought in for creative. You know, I think that somebody wrote this on TikTok. I saw it yesterday or today, something like that. They wrote, or they posted a post and it was like, AEW is the number one company. Or AEW is better than WWE. And it was like my 4 reasons or 3 reasons, something like that. And then like you swiped and it went through each reason. One of the things it said was that it acknowledges that WWE storylines are better and that, but it believes that AEW's wrestling is far superior. So their argument is that, yes, they'll concede WWE's storytelling's better, but not like by levels above AEW. It's just, it's better. It's better. It's clearly better, but it's not like, you know, leaps and bounds. WWE makes mistakes all the time that are seemingly out of nowhere, you know, and they break continuity constantly. So to suggest that it's a masterclass is not that. I think it's more AEW still growing, you know, still trying to find itself as a company. And, you know, the bookers are still trying to find their place as bookers. And, but anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that it was said that, you know, WWE has the better storylines, AEW has the better wrestling. And I don't agree with that. I don't. Not because it's wrong, but because it's not the full truth, right? First of all, WWE has amazing wrestling. Okay. If you haven't been watching SmackDown and seeing what, you know, Ilya Dragunov's been doing, then you've been missing some quality wrestling. Okay. And in the last year or maybe the last year and a half, The tag team division has been amazing. The Motor City Machine Guns, you know, and then you get into AAA and NXT and all of that. There's premium wrestling and there's quality storytelling in AEW as well, or at least the seeds for it. And there have been amazing. I think that in this decade, Tony Storm remains as one of the best character arcs in women's wrestling history. That said, though, I think WWE often gets a lot of credit for their storytelling based on nostalgia and based on prior storyline continuity, right? Like there's no real heat with Ray and these guys. I mean, yeah, Logan's, you know, a crux or has been throughout his career, but it's really Dom. That's what matters, you know, living off that old storyline. But it's continuity, so that's fine, right? But the point is that, you know, when you're able to utilize Braun Breaker and he represents, you know, some aspect of the Steiner brothers, you know, when you have the only member that counts that's still actively wrestling, that can say they were part or like a member of the Hart Foundation, right? In Natty or whatever. When you have Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns wrestling for literally the control of wrestling at the top, right? To be crowned as the premier wrestling family in an era where the name McMahon no longer represents that. That's a huge thing. It's a huge point. You know, and it's a huge benefit for the storytellers, right? Like imagine if you know, somebody from Hollywood, let's say like Paramount, let's say imagine if Paramount comes to you and they're like, hey, we want you to write a completely original space odyssey. We want you to write a space opera that is totally unique with new characters. We want to see different types of, you know, tech, you know, and things like that. We want it, you know, we want it to be like a space thing where it's like uses like universes and like speed of light and all this stuff, but it's got to be original. It's like that would be so much harder to do and do well at the highest level than if Disney came to you and said, hey, we want you to make a new like Star Wars film or Star Wars franchise. Like, again, none of these things are easy. I'm just saying that it's so much easier to work with cemented continuity. And that's what Gunther got from John Cena. He got continuity. He took that, you know, match from Cena, and that will stay with his legacy forever. And that's what you want to do. You want to create legacy defining moments. But while I agree that WWE storytelling is historically better, it's also unfair to say because they've been around a lot longer. And at one point they were the only fucking promotion in town, you know. I mean, I guess TNA you could count, but like even look at what they're doing with Penta and AAA, right? Like if you didn't watch AAA this weekend on Fox or Fox Latin, I mean it's Fox over there, so they're on Fox. I covered it for fightsatw.com, which you can go and check out my story for fightsatw.com, along with a lot of different stories with Shakur and the Ring and, you know, Royal Rumble stuff coming on. I think that there's a wait, can I fast forward through this? Nope, can't. I saw a clip of KSI. I don't know. I mean, not KSI. I'm sorry. Speed. I saw a clip of Speed. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure some of you know that I Show Speed had been doing this like multi-country tour that started in Africa, and or I think it ended up going through Africa, and he's been like everywhere. Well, he ended up sparring MMA with oh man, I don't remember what nationality it was. I want to say it was Nigeria. No, it wasn't Nigeria. I don't remember. But anyway, he ended up sparring with this guy, and he was like one of the club MMA fighters they had there. And IShowSpeed got submitted, but he did really well. He sprawled, managed to get neck control, and he was actually in a really good position. The mistake he made was not having any experience with rolling and in the gym and stuff, because had he had experience, he would have known that he should have taken off his shirt. At one point, he goes to make a break to take the back of this guy, and he just like slides off of him. And this dude, quickly takes advantage of IShowSpeed's position and momentum and takes over. I think he ends up mounting him, and then obviously it didn't let IShowSpeed get fucking pummeled. So that was it. But yeah, he looked really good. I would say the first step, because obviously I'd never be qualified to teach him BJJ. But I would say my time in BJJ definitely taught me that you can't go shirtless in that situation. If he's not going to be wearing rash guard type shit, then you don't need to be wearing it either. Take that shit off, unless it's like, the kind of stuff that they make specifically for competing. But what he was wearing was just like basic, like not Under Armour, like basic, like dry fit type material, I think. And so it almost looked like a jersey, like a UFC jersey almost. Oof. Yo, Theory's looking good in the match. Oof. Yikes. Oh, I was saying, my bad. I meant to tell y'all. This weekend in the AAA match, Penta was he announced the Rey de Reyes tournament. Or I mean, it's not a tournament. It's like I guess it's kind of a tournament. Theory wins. And like what is like Pierce just gonna ignore all this? Like, who the fuck called him, dude? It's gotta be Nick Khan. It's gotta be Nick Khan. If not, it's The Rock, I think. But it's one of those two. I would love for it to be Nick Khan. I would love to just slowly. Oh shit! Now here comes Breaker's about to fuck everyone up, and Penta's getting beat to hell. Oh god, they're about to tsunami. So they're just gonna let them do this now? Oh ho 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 ho, bro, that was big. Here comes a natty. Here comes a natty promo. This has got to be like Nightheart type shit, right? Like, I don't want to see her come out like the cat lady. You know what I mean? Like, okay, we need new gear, natty, right? Not the stuff you wear and been wearing. We need like a dark, like, I mean, we ain't got to go to fucking Hot Topic or nothing, but be a badass. Yeah, that's the Natalia. That's Natalia Night. Because Natalia elevates, but Natty decimates. Yikes. Hilarious. The smaller one gets in the way. Why is Stephanie? Maybe she forgot she's the champion. Wow, bro. They used a fucking video package and a fucking poster to announce Roman, dude. That's crazy. Like, he couldn't have done he couldn't have done like a video vignette. Like, I get that he wasn't going to be there in Toronto, but that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. And if he wins the Rumble without even showing up once for the promotion, wow. Wow. That would speak volumes to me about where the company is right now. Oh, here's Gunther.
Listen, AJ's made it real clear. 2026 is going to be his final year. He wanted to entertain the fans throughout the year. He wants to take on some of his great rivals like he did at Saturday night's main event against Shinsuke Nakamura. Why rob the fans of these moments? Yeah, wouldn't that be great, right? Simple as that. I'm sick and tired of all those old-timers around here overstaying their welcome, chasing one moment after another. Those moments, they belong to me. Bill Goldberg was chasing another moment, and I took it away from him. John Cena was chasing moment after moment for 2 years. And what are they going to talk about now? They're going to talk about what he gave up to me in the very last match. And AJ, I've had this beautiful idea about this long and very exciting, emotional retirement or farewell tour, whatever he wants to call it. I'm not interested in him taking the moments away that belong to me. Talking about old timers. I think you fall in the category as well. Michael, how long do you plan to stick around here
What?
and chase another moment?
Holy shit. He's going after Cole, dude. Yo. He just said I could kick your chair over and end your career right now. He said, but don't worry, because on Saturday I want you to sit there and I want you to call the match. And I want to hear you say, the career of the phenomenal AJ Styles is over. That's not a tough laugh, bro. That laugh ain't tough, bro. That laugh ain't tough. You need to chill with that. Or you know what? Go bigger. Yeah, right? Give us one of those like foreign heel, like like one of them big boy laughs. Or like a deep, like give us one of those. Bro, we don't want to see Luka done. Oh, he's got 29 points and 8 assists. And he's barely in the third. My boy's a star. Another AJ package. Dude, this fucking Raw has been like 80% video package. Not really, but oh god, here's Jey Uso. The hell no, Jimmy. Did they forget their tag team champions? Oh no, he's got the belt with them. What if Jimmy's like, dude, I'm tired of going through the fans. Can I just like have music and go through the stage? That's your thing, dude. You go out there and catch COVID. I'm going to just chill back here with catering. Day one-ish. Who cares, Oos? Damn, those yeets are further and fewer between than they. Damn, yo. This is the first time I ever seen Jay going way harder than the crowd. Oh, man. Almost nobody's doing it. That's sad.
doing this. Doing what? Well, the holiday offer. Hopefully we're not helping stop doing theirs in January, so I wanted to make sure that we don't stop loving their customers just because December's over. Is future me micromanaging me? Just cut the offer. Well, it's your commercial now. Insufferable. This is how you're using time travel, you irresponsible son of a...
Bow, ka-bow. Yo, just a reminder, we're gonna hopefully have Machine Gun Matt on this week, giving us some Super Bowl prop bets we can bet on. You know, what color Gatorade will be thrown on the coach. My guess is gonna be Ash. What color Gatorade do you predict will be thrown on the coach of the winning Super Bowl team? Yellow? I don't think it's going to be yellow. I want to say orange, but I don't think it's going to be orange either. I want to say it's going to either be blue or white. Not white, but you know what I'm saying? Like that silver, whatever it is. I forget what it's called. That's a good Gatorade. You know what's a good Gatorade? The pink one, too. I forget what it's called. But I don't drink them with sugar anymore. I only have the zeros now. And the pink zero is not as great. And if you're on the West Coast, experience Royal Rumble with your waffles and eggs. You know what goes good with those pancakes? A Royal Rumble. Tune in 9 a.m. Pacific time. It's not 9 a.m. It's like 10, 11. Yo, I saw clips from that Impulsive with Lil Yachty, and it sounded like Lil Yachty was kind of hating on Lil Dicky a little bit. I mean, to insinuate that Dicky hasn't put together a verse that is credible, that sounds like a hater thing to say. Damn, they called it his hometown. Oof, yikes. Liv Morgan will look like a punk if she doesn't convince everybody to turn on Finn. Ugh, why is this match even happening? Wait a minute. Yo, what the fuck match is this? This is the number one contenders match. Dude, I got way too excited. I thought, where are the War Raiders? Where are the War Raiders? Huh. I didn't even think of that. I got really excited because I saw the Rio Grande and Rio Americano, and what's the other one's name? I forget. I saw them and I saw the Alpha Academy guys, or Alpha, whatever they're called now, Chad Gable's crew. And I thought we were perhaps getting the very first inklings of a Chad Gable return that pits the Americano, the Grande Americano replacement, right? I've always said that whole storyline, which clearly WWE never thought was going to work or wasn't going to get over as well as it did, because they literally never had any plans for it. I mean, they kept just doing the same thing. I mean, they built the character very well. It's to say that they were building the next Doink the Clown or the next Elias, right? A gimmick heavy wrestler with no real narrative. And then, what's his name's version of Grande Americano gets over huge in Mexico, right? Because he can actually speak Spanish. And they love that. Yeah, they love that when like a foreign person, like a person from like Germany or France or somewhere else speaks Spanish, dude. The Mexicans love that shit. I when I lived in Laredo, I was I was friends. Well, we called each other boyfriend and girlfriend, but it was like we were in fucking 4th and 5th grade, so it wasn't real. But she was from the Ukraine or Russia, like one of those places, and she didn't have a super heavy accent, but you could tell her mom did bad, and but they spoke fluent Spanish, dude. All the fucking kids loved her from Mexico. It was like half of my class was either born in Mexico or their parents were directly from Mexico. No, maybe not half, maybe like somewhere between a quarter and half. LA Knight and Jay Uso. How hilarious. These guys battled all last year to be number 2 or be like the top of the B side. And now they're both in a Slim Jim commercial. Boom, 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 boom. You think if Jericho does come out? No, I don't think. Never mind. I think if Jericho does come out, first of all, like you got to use break the walls, right? But the other aspect of it is I'm very curious to see if he embraces one of his past gimmicks or if he attempts something new. And here's what I would suggest. I'd suggest for the Rumble, do whatever you think will get the biggest pop. And then when you reestablish yourself on Raw or SmackDown the next week, then you can reestablish whatever character you want. But if you remember when the Hardys came back to WWE, following their epic run in both Ring of Honor, TNA. I mean, they were killing it on the indies. And when they returned to WrestleMania as a surprise entrance, actually that year was the year New Day hosted it. They came back as like their original Hardy Boy gimmick, which got the biggest pop that they could have gotten. I wonder where Jimmy's at. Did they say where Jimmy's at? I don't even know why I'm still wearing my headphones. Like, does anybody believe Otis and Tozawa are winning? Like, did you need all these other bodies out there? Well, I guess you do when the only other people you have challenging for the tag titles are the New Day. Who else would you even put over in this match other than the New Day? Oh, wow. That was very well timed. Very well timed. Good job, Tozawa. The hell? Otis just humped the air for no reason? Dude. Otis is built like a brick shit house, bro. Oof. The thing is that, like, at 315 pounds at his size, dude, I mean, he's got to just be solid. I mean, solid. Like, you punch his gut, you're going to break your fucking hand if you're not wrapped up. I'm telling you, bro. You punch that man's stomach, and you are going to feel like you just punched a fucking, like, huge, raw, like, butchered cow. Ooh, damn. He hits that chin hard as shit when he does that worm. Caterpillar. The hell is that what it's called? Or I thought it was called the worm. The caterpillar? Is that what it's called? I thought it was called the worm. To eliminate Otis. Oh shit. Tozawa's getting some offense in tonight, bro. Oh, that was hilarious. Oh, dude. Tozawa's fucking snapdragon suplex is just epic. Ooh, takes out both the New Day. Bro, Tozawa is, yo, He got that star power right now, bro. Yo, he has got his finisher. He got that energy bar juiced up to finisher, bro. Uh-oh, he's doing the Hogan short shirt tear. Oh, Kofi misses a soccer kick and Tozawa gets him with one. Ooh, shit. Bro, maybe Otis and Tozawa are going to win? No, there's no way. There goes them. Oh, shit. Yikes, bro. That did not feel good. He slammed Brutus on his tag partner's back while he was in all fours, like in a table position. Yo, his hips just opened up. Oh, Senton lands hard. Here we go. 1, 2. Yo, a 3 count. They won it. That's crazy. The hell? It's up to you if you want to, yeah. Shit. Oh, let me turn. Yo, shout out to everybody out there dealing with the weather. I hope y'all are staying warm. I hope your loved ones are warm. Um, you know, I know it's like not possible to not go to work and shit, but if you can stay safe and not deal with the elements, try to do so for your sake, for your family's sake that loves you and wants you around. Just be safe. Shout out to the DFW boys, you know what I mean, out there battling the elements. You know, Mech said earlier in the show that his final four was going to be Brock Lesnar. Shout out to him. Oh, shit. Shout out to him because I didn't think of that. Brock Lesnar winning the Rumble. I definitely think he's got a shot to win the Rumble. I don't see how you could even like keep him out or like bet against him. Hey, it's my first Dr. Pepper in like 2 weeks, okay? Chill the fuck out, guys. All right, chill the fuck out. I had Jason's Deli tonight or today. So I already fucked up. Philadelphia street fight. Okay, come on, meow. You can leave it open if you want. Man, there's like no fucking hype for that women's rumble, dude. That's so sad. Yo, they're using the sand, the hourglass for the countdown timer. Dude, why does that feel fucking never mind. All right, Paul. That's not how you that's how you talk to your side piece that keeps calling while you're with your wife. That's not how you talk to anyone else. You know, I could see Logan Paul in the final four too. Austin Theory. I agree. This is not how I was acting a year ago at all. All right, AJ Styles and CM Punk. What are the odds that it's better than last week's Finn Balor match? They could get it there.
That's what I was gonna say. Go to insurefine.com and save up to $1,000 a year on your car insurance.
Here comes AJ Styles. Is this the final time that we see AJ Styles compete in a Raw ring? Will this be AJ Styles' final chance at gold? Could we, in 5 days' time, see AJ Styles for the final time in a wrestling ring? Yo, he hit that rope hard as shit. Why does he look, man, he kind of looks sad, right? Am I tripping, or does he kind of look like bummed or something? Like he looks like, I mean, not bummed, like emotional, like he's holding back tears. Yo, is this his last time on Raw ever? Punk got out of the ring to give him his own entrance, dude. This is so good. The WWE is really doing a great job of selling us on the potential of this being AJ. I mean, they are making the stakes that much more intense, and they're not raising them. They're just showing them, right? And that is the, listen, for those that don't know, my background is in English, right? I thought I was going to be a novelist. Storytelling is something that I take pride in knowing and being educated on. And I can tell you that one of the number one rules in storytelling is show, don't tell. Show the reader, don't tell him, right? If you want to get over a big, bad, scary, bad guy in your story, well, don't tell us about him being a big bad guy. Show us, right? Make a scene where he steals a little kid's candy and then stabs his dad in the eye with it. Like, I mean, that's fucking hardcore, but you know what I'm trying to say? Like, create a big bad. Don't tell us they're the big bad. In this case, the stakes have been the same. They haven't changed, but it seems more prevalent tonight than it did last week, than it did 24 hours ago. And it's because WWE is pushing this narrative that AJ Styles is on not just his last run, but potentially has been tricked into a very short final year in wrestling. What a great storyline. What a great narrative. And none of it can be done without Gunther defeating John Cena. And I will always say I was wrong about it. I will always say it. I was wrong. I don't know if I would have tapped John Cena still. Maybe one day I'll say it was the smart move or the better move. Yo, CM Punk on his Daniel Bryan tip tonight. You okay? What's wrong? Yeah. How do you spell iota? Thank you.
Credit One Bank. For what's ahead.
Say it again. No, that's bullshit. Yeah. Nope. Ooh. Yo, Punk nailed Styles with that move. He hit him with the Shining Wizard. It was basically like a switch kick, but a switch knee almost. All right. He's got him up for the GTS. AJ breaks out of it, landing some stiff strikes. Oh, stiff clothesline from AJ. Oh, I'll be honest. Earlier, it looked a little bit like Punk caught AJ with a couple of stiff shots. I wonder if AJ, was getting a receipt there because those were very stiff. Although these are two veterans, they have the respect from one another to really dig deep. Here comes a "This is awesome" chant. Suplex from the top. Punk's at the top. Looks like the elbow drop. Not the best. I'll give it a 2.5 out of 5. Ooh. Damn, he couldn't do it. I forget what's that move called where they bridge up together. Damn, I can't remember. It's like that bridge where they both go up. Dude, I remember Mr. Perfect used to do it. Incredible job. Him and Brett did a lot. Oh shit. Punk caught him in a Styles clash, but ooh, yo. Punk was holding on to the ropes, trying to prevent the Styles clash, and AJ just kneed him in the middle of the back. That was brutal. That's why these guys are so good. Like, that wasn't part of it. Like, Punk was holding on because why wouldn't he? If he let go, AJ could get the move on. So he held on, and the only way AJ could think to break it was to punch him in the back. Punk hits AJ with the GTS outside. Oh shit. Punk just kicked out of the Styles clash, dude. That's crazy. I mean, I didn't believe he was going to win, but that was. You got to hit the Styles elbow before, and that softens up the cranium for you to be able to land that Styles clash. Because first part makes impact here. It's not a face plant. It's like head, then nose, then mouth. It's like impact thing. All right, here it comes. He's going for the phenomenal forearm. Oh, and Punk breaks it up. AJ hits the Pele kick. Both guys down for the count. AJ hulking up, bro. AJ's hulking up, bro. This is like the part of the match where both the old guys' backs are just going out. Oh, that's bullshit. Man. Finn came out, beating the shit out of Punk. What do we get? Like a title match, maybe? No, because is he gonna beat on AJ too? No, never mind. This is bullshit. Man, I really wanted Finn to turn too. I still think Liv and them could turn on Finn instead. Wait, did he hit AJ first or Punk first? Oh my God. Dude, he landed the coup de grace on his ribs, bro. Oh, he's going to do it again. I feel like it's way more dangerous when you're up close because it's like, how do you fucking fall on them? Give me 1 second, guys. All right. Just a quick breakdown of Raw. I'm gonna say now we got Finn Balor, Braun Breaker. I don't know. Maybe Finn Balor gets a title match. Another one. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing there, but obviously this was a big fat nothing burger for AJ Styles. But it successfully played into the narrative that AJ, it could be his last night on Saturday. I buy it more today than I did yesterday, and I think that's a win all by itself. I will say that the women's Royal Rumble, wow, they did like absolutely nothing. I mean, you had like 6 women in that, 4 actually. That's because 2 of them, or one of them was a champion, the other one's probably going to get a title, or is getting a title shot next week. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. All right, guys. That has been the show for tonight. Just a quick recap, raw recap, real quick. You can go to fightsatw.com. Give my story a click. Why not? Cost you nothing. And in the process, you could bookmark one of the best landing spots for combat sports news, betting combat sports, and all things boxing, wrestling, combat sports. Yeah. So you could do that. That would be a thing that I'd appreciate very much. Shout out to everybody in the community that tapped in. Shout out to Super Mech. Shout out to Machine Gun Matt for tapping in as well. Shout out to everybody that was on. Several of you were here for the full 4 hours plus, dude. That's like huge for me, bro. That's like so huge for me. I appreciate that very much, especially since this wasn't like like a full watch along show, right? I want to remind y'all that I will be live on Saturday all day, basically. The Royal Rumble early in the afternoon. You got the UFC later that night. And then, of course, Ring 6 featuring Teofimo and Shakur. One of the most anticipated fights so far early in 2026. We're going to be going over all the events this week. So make sure you're following. Make sure you're subbed. We'll be breaking down our picks for the Royal Rumble. I got Abe Gonzalez tapped in with us tomorrow. He's going to give us, his picks for the Royal Rumble. Hopefully he can stick around and give us his picks for the ring card as well. But yeah, I think that if I had to even pick right now on the women's side, shout out to D-Dev, who posted this earlier. I can't find it, but basically, who are the women's final four? I can see Rhea. I can see Liv. I don't think Becky wins, but I think keeping Becky around to the final four elevates whoever wins. So Rhea, Liv, Becky. I mean, I would want Io Sky to be always in the final four, always at the top of the card. I don't think she wins. But I wonder if maybe something goes down, right? I think the women's match needs something like not a gimmick, but like, it needs a defining program to emerge from it, right? Because there's no great story heading into the women's rumble. Like, there's no Cody or Jay, finish the story angle. There's not even a Sami Zayn, like this underdog story that you want to root for. There are no narratives that I can really even think of. And the only person with like title implications already is getting a title match. And it's like, if I'm part of the women's roster, I'm thinking to myself, I'm just going to keep going and beating the shit out of Stephanie behind the stage because she'll eventually just give me a title match. It's way easier than winning the Royal Rumble. That said, I am very much looking forward to the Women's Rumble. I am. I think that I never enjoyed the Rumble as much as I did when I was a kid, because when I was a kid, I was unaware or inexperienced when it came to booking Rumbles and narratives and world championship narratives. Like, I was a mark as a child who believed literally it was every man for himself and any man could win, right? I believed that shit. And in the process of believing that, it made it more fun to think like it's, what it's like? It's like it's like March Madness, right? Like, we all get excited for that underdog team to continue to go through the ranks and maybe make the final four. I don't even remember where I was going with that. But listen, I think that with the men's Royal Rumble, we see clear patterns here, right? Or not patterns, but clear favorites emerge. I think Braun Breaker solidified himself as my favorite to win the Royal Rumble this weekend. He was already pretty high on my list as the year began. There's a lot of talk that they're going to save his eventual, guaranteed ticket to WrestleMania for the Elimination Chamber, being that it's in Chicago. So if you're going to sell the idea of a rematch between Braun Breaker and CM Punk for WrestleMania, which, again, that's the rumor. That was the rumor. I don't know if it's true. I really don't even know what's going on anymore. And I like that. I do. I didn't want this idea of, the dirt sheets or whoever reporting, Roman Cody and Breaker Punk, like, and then that's just what we get. Give us a little surprise. Give us a little bit of the unexpected. That's all we're asking for. That's all we're ever asking for, right? Just a little bit of the unexpected. I think Braun Breaker solidified himself as a potential winner I can see Sami Zayn losing the world title shot only to find himself in the Rumble. And I think it's a mistake unless he's going to win. And I don't think he's going to win. So, yeah, I think, man, I can't imagine what happens, though, with Sami. I mean, like, do you just do a clean match? It's like there's no heat whatsoever. I mean, the stipulations for that whole SmackDown thing where basically they had, what was it, 4 singles matches that qualified you for a fatal 4-way at Saturday night's main event, right? That took place this past Saturday. And in that, they kind of established that, Sami Zayn is going for this, he declared himself winning the title this year. And, he's not the only one either, right? You have Matt Cardona. You have, who else has said they're winning a title this year? There's been like a couple of people that have already declared that this is their year. I think if you look at it, Finn Balor feels like a very good choice to, I don't know, elevate or attempt to elevate at this moment. All I know is I can't see a situation in which Roman wins and I'd be happy or satisfied. Not at all. Not at all, because I knew that I know that we're not going to get Roman Drew. Although if he were to pick Punk, that wouldn't be bad. But still, I can't see a scenario where Roman wins and it's a good thing. Because it's like, dude, you have these storylines that were created for the Royal Rumble, right? And then you have someone like Roman not even show up to the go home episode, declare himself in a poster with Michael Cole basically announcing, I'm not poking my nose, you dick. And there was like this idea too, I think early on, that they could somehow make Cody and Roman without the title. And I think it's definitely possible. It's just like, why would you? Why would you? It's like, then don't make the match yet, right? I mean, if there's any doubt that Roman isn't coming back or isn't re-signing for whatever reason, right? Takes a break from wrestling, retires altogether, whatever, then of course I see the angle. But for now, I just feel like the direction is giving other people a chance, making more room at the top of the card. Because, yeah, dude, I don't want to just see Roman come in out of nowhere and win. Like, for what? So he can show up several times on the road to WrestleMania and then just be gone again until SummerSlam or until Saudi or the next Saudi show. I mean, I don't know. I don't like it, but Braun Breaker definitely solidified himself tonight as a potential winner. Something that occurred to me when that segment was going on, it was funny. Logan Paul was the guy that came up with the idea that they were all going to rally around Braun Breaker to win the Royal Rumble. Perhaps we get a turn. Perhaps one of the Vision members crosses the other in an attempt to solidify their own chances of winning. I could see that happening. I don't know if I want to see the Vision break up in the current state they're in, right? I feel like they haven't really even done anything yet with them. I mean, don't get me wrong, they've had a lot of major moments and they obviously came together in a really unique way. I mean, that turn on Seth was huge. Logan Paul coming in is huge. I don't know if Austin Theory's huge, but I can tell you that I'm not ready to write him off yet. I don't want to punish wrestlers for WWE's mistakes. WWE's mistake with Austin Theory was that they think that they can show you a clown for months, then bring him back in an almost completely opposite role with a completely opposite character, right? Austin Theory was a comedy act. Him and A-Town Down Under or whatever were a comedy act, right? And now all of a sudden he's this badass that talks like this. Yeah, I agree. Like, Austin, who are you talking for, bro? Why can you stop doing that? You need like a lozenge or something? What's wrong with your voice? Why are you doing that on purpose? That's not your regular voice. He reminds me of that Mexican rapper that has that really deep voice. Y'all know what I mean? And then like at home, he just talks normal. Damn it. What was the other angle? Oh, Rey Mysterio. Yeah, no, nothing. Penta. That was not the go home Royal Rumble angle I was hoping for. Oh man, who was I gonna mention though? Fuck. I was gonna mention who I thought would be a good Iron Man for the Rumble, but now all I can remember is Mex's Austin Theory thing. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I just think that it is great to have a Rumble where it literally is wide open. Now that Drew McIntyre won the title, I think I can believe more that Roman doesn't win, right? Or a Roman adjacent star. It's going to be interesting, guys. It's going to be a really interesting Rumble. I can't wait. Appreciate everybody for tapping in. Tomorrow we will have a Royal Rumble preview show. I'll have Abe on. We're going to watch a few Rumbles, like a few parts of Rumbles. I have some clipped up, ready to go. And we're going to talk about, I always wanted to write a book, like a kayfabe book, like how to win the Royal Rumble, or like, the Royal Rumble, the 10 best strategies or whatever. Right. Like a strategic, systematic, like fucking Art of War book, right? Like on how to strategically go into the Rumble and, try to win it. I always had this idea that like, WWE would buy the book and then they would like want to sell it, obviously. So they bring me in, and I would be pitching the book to a bunch of wrestlers, and they would be like, "Oh, what's this?" And then like, I remember I always envisioned Dolph Ziggler reading it and then being like, "Huh, you know what? Yeah." And then like he makes it to the final two, and then I'm a huge star writer. I appreciate that. Thanks, champ. Yo, by the way, I appreciate the 5 subs, dude, during Raw. That brings it to 10 total across the platforms. We're growing slowly but surely. We're getting back to the numbers that we were at before we got nuked last May. But I want to remind you, if you are sub to the channel, Infighting FX on YouTube is the platform, or is the, platform. It's not Infighting anymore, so that got nuked. So the X. So go to Infighting FX on Twitch, IG, YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. Did I say YouTube? Yeah. And then it is at Martin Mugia on IG and Facebook. You can follow me personally there, and go to at Infighting FX. Oh, I said that. My bad. Go to fightstatecw.com is what I meant to say. Bookmark that as your homepage for all things combat sports. And yeah, I will be back tomorrow, Royal Rumble stream, and then Wednesday and Thursday will both be previews for the UFC and for the boxing. Also, we are launching the Purse Full of Snacks movie, TV show, series, and documentary podcast. We got our recording this weekend, and posting next week. So everybody tune into that, as we head towards the Avengers Doomsday, which I am very excited about. A lot of different news has been coming out. And if you are a person who also enjoys the comics and the movie comics and the video game comic stuff, that Wolverine video game looks fucking sick. All those things we'll be talking about on Purse Full of Snacks and going over some of the more intriguing theories for Avengers Doomsday. I read the newer version of Civil War. I mean, not Civil War. Wait, what is it? Yeah, Civil War, right? Not Civil War. What was it called? I actually have it. Let me see.
Right now, listen, you guys are taking over the world. The Royal Rumble will be in Saudi Arabia. Talk a little bit about the excitement of this.
Holy shit. I didn't know that they had Rollins on
Right now, wrestling, you guys are taking over the world. The Royal Rumble will be in Saudi Arabia. Talk a little bit about the excitement of this sport expanding the way that it has, and you coming back off of injury to participate in the Royal Rumble. Seth, you know, right now,
What the fuck? Yo, did ESPN really spoil Seth Rollins' return at Royal Rumble? That can't be on accident. That couldn't have been on accident. Listen, I'm going to replay this. This is what I'm watching. Okay. It was from today's ESPN, which now me and Matt sound like dicks because we were like, why the fuck were they on ESPN? I guess they were. You know, it's funny. I saw a bit of the show today where they were talking about what were they talking about? I think they were talking about the Rams. Whatever, but I saw a little bit today. Yeah, I never saw them on there. But listen, I'm going to play it one more time.
right now, wrestling, you guys are taking over the world. The Royal Rumble will be in Saudi Arabia. Talk a little bit about the excitement of this sport expanding the way that it has, and you coming back off of injury to participate in the Royal Rumble. Seth, you know, right
Yo, his face. Y'all have to see his face when they say that.
Talk a little bit about the excitement of this sport expanding the way that it has, and you coming back off of injury to participate in the Royal Rumble. Seth, you know,
Did you see his eyes? He's like,
you guys are taking over.
yo, we were talking Doomsday, bro. I didn't know Spider-Man was gonna ruin Seth Rollins' fucking fuck. Damn, dude. That's But see, the reports of Seth Rollins being in Saudi would have been spoiled before the Rumble. There's no way they wouldn't have been caught coming into the country. And once that happens, you know, but still, like, oh man, that sucks, dude. The one big return. Oh man. That could have been John Cena level shit, bro. That could have been John Cena level shit. Sad, dude. Sad if that's. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'd heard that the injury Seth had was it was very unlikely to be ready for Royal Rumble. That said, you know, that guy's a fucking professional athlete. You know what I mean? Professional athletes aren't normal human beings, or they don't recover like normal human beings. And so, I mean, it's definitely plausible, sure. Damn, that was the John Cena moment, bro. They just ruined that if that's the case. They just ruined that. Talk shit about the dirt sheets all this time, and it was ESPN that ends up spoiling a major aspect of the Royal Rumble. Well, That's a shitty way to go out. Listen, again, I want to thank everybody that tapped in. If you hadn't hit the follow or the sub, please do so. I am Mar Mugia. This is at Infighting Exchange, spelled at Infighting FX, on all social medias, YouTube, Twitch, X, TikTok. If you are followed or subbed on any of those platforms, do me a favor and go to the other platforms and sub too. Like, it's all free and definitely helps me out. But yeah, we will be back tomorrow. Appreciate everybody tapping in. Until tomorrow, peace.